Hello everybody, this is round 8 at Sunway Sitges Festival.
Yep, we're in downtown Sitges here in a beautiful side street, and it's a beautiful day of chess as well. 4 leaders of the tournament all facing off against each other. 3 young French grandmasters, a young Israeli grandmaster. It's going to be a very exciting day.
Right, then we're going to know if they're really friends or the enemies at the chessboard.
No friends at the chessboard. I think it's going to be a very close day, and tomorrow we're going to have a whole bunch of people leading the tournament. But join us for the broadcast. Don't miss a beat. We'll see you soon.
See you there.
The next great days of the festival are ahead of us.
Hello, everybody, and welcome at Sunway Sitges Festival. This is already 8th round, and soon we're gonna know who is the winner of this tournament. But before that, we have still a few rounds to go in the studio. We're working for you, myself, Women Grandmaster Keti Tsatalashvili, and international grandmaster Lawrence Strand. Lawrence, how are you today?
Yeah, I'm doing well. You saw in the introduction there, we went into town. That was absolutely lovely, gorgeous little town, some of the side streets. As I say, just before we delve into the round, if you are interested in a tournament which offers a lot away from the board, this really is for you. I even had a chess lesson today before the tournament, and one of my students, he's going to come here with his wife next year because he's seen the commentary, he's seen the beach, he's seen the activities, and he said it's actually perfect for anybody who loves doing things, not just chess. So it's been...
Sorry to interfere, but do you know who else played here and now is a world champion?
That's right.
Gukash, actually. Gukash was playing here back in 2018. He was very, very young at that time.
Yes.
And he even won the prize under 12.
Yeah, he won a prize, no surprise.
And then he went to this world championship match and he also won that too. So
in fact, I remember because I was here with him. I think that was the last time I played in Sitges, and there was him, there was Sarin. I think Pragnananda was here as well. So there's a great photo of Sarin, Pragnananda, Gukesh, and I think
the fourth one was also, there was a four
there was another strong Indian kid. And they're all now Gukesh is world champion, Pragnananda's like world number 15. It's amazing how quickly they became good. That's what Sitges does. Now, let's talk about the tournament, the A group, which we've been covering from the start. Today is round 8, as Keti said. And the situation is very clear. We've got 4 guys at the top of the rankings. We've got Ido Gorstein playing white today against Jules Moussa. We've got Marc-Andrea Marizzi playing white against Joseph Girel. You will notice 3 French grandmasters there. All very young grandmasters as well. I mean, Jules is in his 20s still, actually. I don't even think he's 30, is he?
30.
Maybe he's 30. Yeah. Okay. Even still young
30s
guys.
are also
30 is young. 30 is young. And then below that, we've got a big group of players on 5.5. There are about, I would estimate, 11 players or so on 5.5. So what will happen, Keti, is if there are 2 draws on the top boards, which could happen, you could get 2 draws, we will have a pile-up of players on 6.5.
Yeah.
Do you think we're going to have 2 draws on the top 2 boards today?
I think so. I think that's on the second board. Like, they will play both of them.
Yes.
Both of the boards. They're for sure going to play. They're friends. In fact, yesterday after the game at the dinner, they were sitting at the same table and they were talking all about the chess. But today they'll try their best. Actually, why not? But it's such an even tournament for them. They're evenly good. I think the players gonna try their best is Jules Moussart. He will be very sneaky today against Ido Gorstein. And I think also Marc-Andrea Marizzi will try second time with 1 white pieces to strike in this game, because if not now, then last round he will play with 2 blacks perhaps.
Yeah, because Marizzi had white yesterday. Yes, he had white. He had white yesterday. So you're right. So he'll get a double black. He has to make make the most of the situation, because he is playing Girel. No, Girel, if you saw the transmission yesterday, he came in very nice, young. I've got to try. I think on board 1, though, can I be honest with you? I think on board 1, it's not going to be that spicy. Okay. Jules Moussa, he's got black. I think he's playing against Gorstein. He's not a terrible grandmaster or anything like that. He's a great player. I think that's actually going to be quite a calm game. And I think Marizzi Girel will try and be a bit more crazy. But I am actually predicting 2 draws today. I don't think there will be a decisive result on those top boards.
Well, that's a fair prediction,
but
to be honest.
as with everything, anything I say, the opposite happens. So there will be 2 decisive results on those top boards.
We'll see that. Also on the board 3, we have Kirill Alisenko joining back to the leaders group, and he will face Sava Vetokhin. They're both from the same federation. Now Kirill represents Austria. But there is a huge age gap between them. And it's interesting that Kirill Alisenko is the winner of one of the editions of Sunway Sitges Festival. But 2 years in a row, he has a horrible tournament. He's losing the first few rounds and then trying to come back in the end. But we see him now on the top board. And let's see what he has for us and for the opponent today. Ivanchuk plays against Song Edward, and I think this is going to be another game that you would love to see.
Well, we saw Ivanchuk lose yesterday. Really horrible game by his standards. So, you know, he's a point behind. He can still do it. I mean, if you get, I think, if you get 8 points might actually win the tournament. 8 points might come equal first. Anything less than 8, forget it. 8.5 will win the tournament, and 8 might win the tournament. So Ivanchuk theoretically can still win the tournament. He's got to win a bunch of games. He's playing against Song today with white. Song with this tremendous tournament. We've been talking about him ever since he beat Alexyenko. I think he probably only needs a draw today for a GM norm. We've got to find that out, actually. We've got to ask the arbiters what his requirements are for a GM norm. He's played phenomenal chess, solid when he needs to be, took draws when he, you know, very clever draws. And today, Ivanchuk, he's shown signs of brilliance. He's shown signs of, you know, latter year Ivanchuk. It's absolutely not clear to me that Ivanchuk is going to win today. Of course, he's big favourite on paper, playing white, but it's not clear to me.
Very interesting matchup.
Yeah, it's interesting.
Very interesting. We actually have a lot of moves on all the boards. So let's try to catch up with them and pull up the board on the screen and start with the first board. Here we have Ido Gorstein with white pieces against Jules Moussard, and we have English. C4, E5, and a G3 on the second move. Black went for knight to F6, bishop to G2, and we have H6.
Yikes. Now, this is screaming 2024 modern chess theory. This move simply was not played 5, 10, even 5 years ago, 10 years ago, this move was not a move. It's simply, if you looked in the database for H6, you can have a look now, Ketty, as well. I'm kind of curious about H6, but it's just not a move. Now, what is this move all about? Well, clearly it's kind of a move that Black is saying it's a useful waiting move. It's designed, I guess, to prevent, because the main move here for years and years was to go d5, right?
Yeah.
And what Black is saying is, yeah, sure, this line I can play, and it's still fine for Black, of course, this line, but he's saying, I'm going to wait for you to make a move. It's literally, how do you want to set up? Now, if you set up now with white by playing knight c3, maybe this gives me the opportunity to develop my bishop to b4, and we have a reverse Sicilian, where h6 again will be useful because it will prevent any bishop g5s in the future. It is a very rare move. It has been played, but it's very new.
Yeah. I can show give you the statistics here. You mentioned d5. This is mostly played move here. Yeah. There's also move c6 to prepare d5. There's another setups as well to ignore and play knight to c6 or to play bishop to c5, and then h6 is the next played move. Very interesting question to you. We have now 3 moves, right? E5, knight f6, and h6. Jules Moussard has spent around 7 minutes, 6 to 7 minutes, on one of these moves. Can you guess which was that?
First move.
Yes.
Yeah.
He took, after c4, he took 7 minutes to figure it out what setup he wants to play today.
Maybe he wasn't expecting c4. Maybe Ido normally plays d4. I can't quite remember what he's been playing this tournament. So maybe he got caught by surprise. Or maybe he was just thinking, okay, what weapon do I want to use against the English? So what actually happened after h6 then?
After h6, white went for d3.
Yeah.
Bishop b4
Yeah.
check. Knight went to d2.
Yep.
And we have a5.
Well, let's have a look at this. So what we have now is we actually have a reversed Moscow variation of the Sicilian.
After, we have two more moves, knight f3 and d6.
Yeah. So you could get this with colours reversed very easily in a Sicilian defence, where white has got a very slight advantage. What I like about what Jules is doing is he's keeping a lot of tension. A lot of the lines with d5 that we said earlier have got quite quick clarifications and are very heavily analysed. This position is not heavily analysed. It's a position. Lots can happen. There are lots of ways to proceed with white. There are lots of setups. I love it. And it does show what you said before, Ketty, which is that Jules is actually going for a win today. So that is clear now. I think of course it's still very solid. He's not going crazy here, but nonetheless it's really decent. Should we move to board 2?
Let's move to the next board, and here we have
Another English.
Coughing. Another
English day. And we have an English with a kind of e6, d5, and this move e3. Very normal. Of course, white could play d4 and enter the main line, Queen's Gambit declines, but e3 is a very modern way of treating things. Knight f6, knight c3, and now, yet again, the sign of modern chess, this move a6. Another kind of waiting move where black is saying, okay, what do you want to do next? Because if you go bishop e2, I'm going to take your pawn. I'm going to hit your bishop again, so you've moved the bishop 3 times already. I'm going to put my bishop on b7 and say I've got a perfectly good position.
In this position after a6, what white can do is to play b3. So you want to recapture pawn back with a pawn. You want to play bishop to b2. Look at this beautiful diagonal for the bishop. Without pawn on d4, the bishop can be really active. And we talked about this kind of setup earlier, where white can play bishop e2, and g4. And like queen c2 and somewhere to prepare g4 if black castles short side. So I think Marc-Andrea Murzi might go for that.
He might, but I think what black has done is really clever. And we already saw Joseph before how well prepared he is and the ideas he has. I think the idea after b3 is to play the move c5. And the problem you've got as white is if you go bishop b2, I nearly can play d4. I don't think I can in this position. But let's say I go knight c6, okay? How do you stop me going d4? Because in the main line, in these b3 Englishes, it goes something like, let's say b3, c5. And in this position, after bishop b2, knight c6, you can take on d5 and play bishop b5. In fact, there was a game at the London Chess Classic that I commented on. I think it was with the move d4 here. But you get this position. But what's really clever about what Joseph has done is that he's played the move a6 here, so that after b3, c5, bishop b2, knight c6, there is no cd5, ed5, bishop b5. Now the question is, how do you stop d4? You probably have to go d4 yourself. But now you can even take as black and play a move like bishop b4. And this looks like a pretty reasonable isolated queen's pawn position for black. Because already
the knight e4 is unpleasant. Not true, but the move at this point, white always prefers to castle when bishop comes on d4, and white is not ready for it. Another option, what black can do here, instead of taking on d4, you can also try to play bishop to g4 to increase the pressure on the file and carry on this diagonal. So I like that too. Waiting move as a6.
I love this move. I'm gonna borrow it the next time I play this system. I think it's very, very clever and very deep. So interesting how Maurizi. Now I think he won't go b3. I actually think now there's a greater chance he tries something else, but I don't know what that is.
To try, yeah. Because we mentioned that bishop e2 basically loses a tempo.
Yeah, probably the best move is to go d4 here.
And this transposes to the one of the main line.
And we just have a main line Queen's Gambit.
Gambit.
Yep. So let's see what Marc-Andrea goes for. Kirill Alexyenko. Now, Khalil, of course, you know, the beauty of a 10-round tournament is that if you lose a game, even unexpectedly early on, and you're a top player, you've got a chance to get back. And that's what's happened with Kirill Alexyenko. He lost against Edward Song, I think, round 2, was it?
Round 2 or 3?
Or 3.
Round 3, yeah.
Maybe even round 3. You lose the whole point, you're expected to win, you get knocked down the rankings. But he's back in business against Sava Vertokhin. Now, Sava Vertokhin, we've seen his name in the top boards for the past few days. I'll tell you something, very talented. I think this is a terrible pairing for Sava. Terrible pairing. Black against a dynamic player like Kirill, who's back in kind of form, who's got a bit more experience. I'm going 1-0, and I would be betting a lot on this game if I was forced to. I think this is a bad matchup, also just stylistically for Sava. But we've got an interesting opening. Let's have a look. We've got a classic position, which is a theoretical position out of the Sicilian. 4 knights, so classical, bishop c4 and queen b6. Yeah, this is, I forget the name of this line.
Sozin?
Is it the Sozin? I think you're right. I think it's a Sozin variation.
In Georgian we call Sozin, but I don't know how. The names are like different in
No, I think it's called
culture,
the Sozin.
yeah. Bishop c4 I know is a Sozin.
Yeah, so they definitely, it's definitely with queen e2, bishop e3 and castles long. I'm not completely sure, but what we end up getting is a very classic kind of, what actually now looks like a Taimanov. We've almost transposed to a Taimanov.
Yeah, I really didn't get the move queen b6 there.
What, on move 6? Oh, it's been played loads. I mean, if you want to have a quick look, you'll see it's been played loads of times.
Yeah, actually, this is the most common move is e6.
E6 is the classical.
But the second most played move is queen to b6.
Yes.
Stopping probably dark square bishop to
Correct.
develop. And you're forcing this knight to go on b3.
Yeah.
And then, okay, I like that. I like that. So you now are also attacking the bishop on c4.
Correct.
And you are dragging this bishop back on d3, and this is not the diagonal that white played at the first place, right? White wanted to have this bishop on a2, g8 diagonal.
But this bishop does sit here reasonably well in a lot of positions. So it's not the end of the world to have.
Do you have more moves, or do you want me to
tell me? Yeah.
Okay, so after a6, we have here castle, b5,
yeah.
a4, b4, knight to b5.
Holy whoa. Holy wow. Holy wow. That is a wowzer. That's my first wowzer of the day.
I love that.
What is this move? This move is pure, like, this isn't a move you can ever play if you've never seen it before the game.
No, don't do it at home.
This is a don't try this at home situation. Knight b5. Now, I'm sorry, but...
What is happening? Let's capture it, right? We have to figure out what it's after.
Let me take the knight.
One detail here. We have a game in database where white actually played knight to e2, but never played knight b5.
Now, knight b5 has to be the idea. Let's see this. It takes...
So takes, we take back with a pawn.
I guess. I mean, what else are we supposed to do?
Rook takes the rook.
Yeah,
queen takes the rook.
And let's say I go knight.
And knight can go to e5, I guess.
Yeah, knight e5.
And then we can play b6, attacking the queen.
Yeah, okay. Let's say queen b8 or queen b7. Let's
queen b7, and now we give a check. Queen to a4.
Yeah, I block.
With bishop d7, and then we go queen to a7. Bishop somewhere on c6 or on c8, right?
Yeah, bishop
and now
c6.
You play bishop b5.
Yeah, I saw this concept. That's it. That's the end of the game.
It is the end of the game.
Because if you take my queen, I take, and then I just... if you take my bishop, I make a queen.
Yeah. And if you hold on and you play knight f to d7...
Instead of what?
Yes.
Here?
Then I play. Sorry. In the final position with bishop to bishop to c6.
Yeah.
Then if you play knight f to d7, then we play knight a5, and white is forcing black to take that queen.
Yeah, and
go
this...
to the end game.
And bishop a8?
Just a second.
Is it just bishop a6, bishop b7? Is that just winning?
You just play move f4, kicking the knight.
f4, knight g4?
And let's say bishop b4. And black is just paralyzed here.
Just bishop d4 and the line ends there and that's it? And you just say you're a piece down?
So you want to play bishop c6
Yes.
next move, and black can stop you doing that.
Wow.
Even after e5 here, black can play e5. You ignore that and you play bishop to c6, and this is winning.
Chess is crazy. What a move. Knight b5. Knight b5. Wins. So you can't take it.
Move.
You can move, but then at least I've got the d4 square. So let's say the queen goes to b8.
Yeah, queen b8 has happened in the game.
Oh, right, yeah.
And we have knight to d4.
Yeah, now you go knight d4.
And this is currently the position.
I mean, amazing. You don't have to go passive with this knight. You gain a tempo. I love it. I wish I knew about this.
This looks like the trick and the opening that you can.
Yeah, but this is very bad for Sava, yeah? Because now you have to waste a tempo defending this knight or doing something. If you take, you can't even go bishop c7 because of knight c6. So I guess the correct move here is bishop b7. And now you can go a5 with white, I guess, fixing this pawn. You can also just take on c6, replenish on d4, and go a5. I feel like you... Oh no, there's the d4 pawns hanging, sorry. Sorry, I'm just talking nonsense here. Just talking absolute nonsense. d4 pawns hanging.
Yeah, but you can play f3 to
But you don't really want to go f3 here in this, but you want to put the pawn on f4. So how do we play this position without having to put the pawn on f3? That's the question I would be asking myself in this position here. How can we put the pawn on f4 without putting the pawn on f3?
Well, in this line that you showed, we can actually play that and give up the pawn on e4, and then to play queen f3, like knight d4 now, and if you take bishop e4...
Yeah, this is also dangerous for black.
And I can play knight
d5.
d5 is the move.
You kind of have to calculate stuff now as white, right? You're kind of gambling, right? You're basically saying, well, it might work, I might have compensation, I might have play, but...
That's so unnecessary.
It's unnecessary. This is not what professional grandmasters will do. And that's what he says, Kirill. Yeah, professional. Yeah, professional. Yeah, so... I don't know what the right move here is. It wouldn't surprise me if... Well, firstly, taking on c6 might just be wrong. Do we have another move? Don't know. I'm curious what he's going to do, because he must have all of this worked out.
Okay, another thing what the engine suggests here is to take on c6, bishop takes in queen to e2, giving up the pawn in this way, but counterattack on a6. So if you take bishop e4, then you have bishop a6. And
look at this guy. He's usefully already advanced. This check's going to be annoying. I like it.
Yeah.
Queen e2. That's the move. That's it. That has to be it.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's even difficult for black to play a5 because suddenly this pawn becomes weak. You can even think about bishop e5 here.
Yeah.
Because if takes, you can take and...
a4, knight d4. I like
a4,
that
knight
too,
d4.
yeah.
You might even be able to play b6 here.
That's tricky. Oh, I love that. Can we show the line?
Yeah,
like
if you take on b3, I guess I throw in a check first.
Knight d7.
You block. I guess correct is to take b7, queen b8, and now you might even have time to take on b3, or you play rook a1, and if b takes c2, bishop a7, and you're oops, I'm losing.
There's rook a8. Rook a8. Queen.
Okay. Look at this blunder by me. So just so you guys know, we're not using the engine. You can now make what's the correct way?
Queen A7.
Queen A7, and I lose to back rank checkmate. But I could have
No. Just Rook A8.
Rook A8.
Yeah, and this bishop is controlling C1 square.
So all of these ideas are available for white. This is why I love this position, and I especially love it for Kirill, given that he's played knight b5. Like he knows some of the key ideas.
Yeah, you guessed you guessed it's pretty well that he's very sharp player.
Yeah.
This is really nice opening for him.
Great opening.
Yeah.
I'm going for a 1-0 fast today here. I think this is a tough position to play as a young grandmaster. Jing Yao Tin on board 4. We're not going to talk too much about this position. It is typical Jing Yao Tin style. He's probably the most solid player of the top players. Really, not really been a game where it's been completely crazy. We just have an English here, very classic English, where white is going to try and get the knight to e3 to control this square, or maybe help with a b4 push. But
I played this opening a lot when I was a kid.
With white?
Yeah, with both colors, and I liked it so much. And I remember there was some setups like f4, f5.
Yeah.
And the one who was capturing the first on e-file or f-file was giving up a lot because you wanted to carry on to carry the center strong. Yeah, but I haven't seen this kind of opening at the top level for a long time.
No, you don't see it that much. It's a bit rare, but it's just an English, and we'll see what happens. We'll let it develop. Let's go to board 5. We've got some weirdness here. Let's have a look at
how this knight ended up on g5.
Yeah, let's have a look. We have
another C4.
English with an early fianchetto.
I think they're dedicating this round to you, and is an
That's
Englishman.
That's right, they are.
For Lawrence.
That's right. G3, double fianchetto, totally normal, d6, and now d4. Note how Tal plays d4 here. And note the move order by Li Di. Li Di is not playing the sort of moves just randomly. There's a specific idea. The idea is that if you go bishop g2, this is a very unpleasant move to deal with. Pawn to e5. Now this bishop is kind of locked out. Sure, you might be able to go e3 and d4, but it actually takes a lot of organizing. You weaken yourself quite a lot. For example, after e3, you can just castle. You can't go d4 here because black takes, and gives a very awkward check. And if you castle as white after knight c6, d4 is also still, you can get something similar, but black is going to play like this. And this pin is sometimes a bit awkward. So that's why, if we go all the way back, after d6, Tal played d4 because he wanted to avoid that. And now the move knight e4 by Li Di. Now you have to be very careful here again as white, because the move bishop g2 might just be bad on account of queen a5 check.
All right, so that means that after knight b2, d2.
Yeah, knight b to d2. Now I'm not forced to take it. I can even go knight c6 here straight away.
Can we actually take the pawn on d4? So it takes d4.
C takes d4, and if knight takes...
We can take on d2 twice.
Yeah,
and then knight c6.
Yes, but... Yeah, I mean, even this... I'm not completely sure I can go e3 or something. I don't know.
But knight c6 actually earlier just builds more tension in the center.
Knight c6 actually you can get similar positions, but with the extra knight c6. And I tell you, I've had positions like this, and you can lose them very quickly with white. It's very difficult to...
Something like after e3 you can play bishop g4
Exactly.
and look how much
pinned everywhere.
Black already got in this position. Also the g7 b2 pin.
I mean, it's just beautiful, all the black pieces. So that's why Tal played the very, I don't know, precise or thoughtful move, knight f to d2. It's not the same thing now, because if you go queen a5 here, and I go bishop g2, let's say, and you take, you can win a pawn here as black.
let's say after takes and takes. But I wonder whether white can castle. But actually this does look like a pawn to me. Castles. Sure, we can try and win it back, but a pawn is a pawn. Or as the Russians say, pieshka, pieshka.
Peshka, peshka. What do you say in Russian?
No, I don't know.
If you were Russian, your name would be, do you know what?
Yes. Leonid.
Leonid.
I don't know, actually.
Lavrent.
Yeah, I don't think that
Is it
works.
Lavrent Russian name? Maybe Georgian name. Okay, if you're Georgian, you will be Lavrent.
Yes.
No, it's
But-
Russian name, yeah.
What is?
Lavrent.
Lavrent?
Yeah,
Is it?
Lavrent.
I don't know.
Do
Okay.
you like it?
No. I don't like it.
Passport was ready already.
Yeah. So knight fd2 is interesting. And look at this response, knight g5 by Lydia. I mean, this is just, you just didn't see, like if you open up a book of Shereshevsky or Michal Shishin or, I don't know, some old Dvoretsky, you don't see this
moves like
position.
that.
You don't see, you know, they've never published a position with a knight on g5, basically, in the opening.
Yeah, I have, when I read the books played by these legends of chess, and you read the comments, these days this is like nice move, it's a normal move, and in proofs it's okay, like people plays that. But back in those days, there were moves that you would never consider.
You just can't play them.
You just don't consider a move like moves
But
like
look
that.
how clever this move is.
You want to go 96, right?
Yeah, you want to put ultimate pressure on the d4 pawn thanks to this pin. So what actually happened? Did we have a move? I don't think we've had a move.
We actually had a move, h4 happened,
h4, okay.
96, and knight to f3.
Okay, so he's driving the knight back. So, I mean, Lili probably will play the move knight c6 here. Makes a lot of sense. I don't know, you know. It's like... looks pretty reasonable. I think Lidi's actually trying to win today. That's my prediction. I think he wants to win. He wants to be in
win, yeah.
yeah.
He wants to win very much in this game. Shall we go forward and check it out more games? Next
Aloma?
one.
Aloma, the top Spanish player of the round. Kirill is living in Spain, but Aloma, Paloma. Aloma, I was saying to, because I went on the Spanish stream a couple of times in the break, and I was saying, I think I told you as well, I just don't get how Aloma plays chess. I look at his games and I'm like, I can't,
Really?
yeah, I can't guess any of his moves. He plays a form of chess for me, alien chess, that I just don't get. But okay, he's playing normal today. We have a Catalan with some...
Like what he played earlier that surprised you?
I don't know, like his game against Maurizio, no? Some moves there, another game. Don't get it.
I want to come back here and check it out.
He actually, he has quite an extreme nature. He either plays really brilliancies or he plays absolute horror shows, in my opinion, like seeing some like great moves and horrible blunders. So it's interesting watching him as a spectator. Anyway, we've got this game against Gavrilescu. Gavrilescu is not, we've been talking about Gavrilescu a little bit, but it's not a name that we've put in the mix.
We had him one of the days on the top
Yes.
boards, and we were looking actually. Oh, he lost against Georgian guy, and
He
ever
did.
since we have not seen him. Now he's back to the top boards. This is very interesting setup from both sides, right? Shall we see how they reached this point?
Well, yeah, it's a typical Catalan, starting with knight f3, and we transpose in. This putting the bishop on d6 and knight on c6. Now, years ago, if you didn't tell me that this was theory or new theory, and you were my student, I'd be saying, what are you doing?
Find another talent, find another hobby.
What are you doing? You're putting the bishop on d6, hitting a brick wall here on the fianchetto, and you're developing your knight in front of your
the
c-pawn?
pawn? Do you know
How
what
dare
is
you?
the center?
How dare you?
I know.
How dare you? So, but modern chess is kind of like, you can just do anything now. And I guess the idea is that in a lot of positions, what black does is he takes on c4 and immediately wants to break with e5. So it's curious what will happen here.
Yeah, we do have some more moves. So
Okay.
after knight to c6, white played knight to d2, and I like this move because white's idea is also to break through the center with e4. It can be with rook e1 or queen to c2, and basically you are not giving up this c4 pawn, right? If black takes
Correct.
on c4, you will take it with the knight, and that's very good position. So after knight to d2, black decided to play a5 to get more space advantage. And also in this structure, you want to play with white b3, bishop b2, right? So after b3, here black didn't push the pawn forward, but instead of that played knight to e4. Knight captures on e4, pawn takes on e4, and this is currently the position. And it is very interesting. Now knight has two moves, knight g5 and knight to d2.
Knight to d2, I think you lose a pawn.
It loses the pawn, right? You can take it back on e4.
Yeah.
Knight takes perhaps.
This looks okay for white.
But like bishop e5 or knight c6. And then
No, I think we're better off. Like knight c6 white is definitely better. Like you can
get in the bishop.
Yeah, you can take the bishop, even play bishop b2 is fine. Look at these beautiful bishops.
Love the bishops.
So you can't play like this. I wonder if the idea is to play actually f5 here. Wouldn't surprise me if this is actually an idea in this position.
And let's say after e3.
Yeah,
the
just
structure?
play on.
e4 or knight. Oh, knight before knight d3 is
Yeah.
something there.
Mm-hmm.
I like it.
Yeah, so I don't think that. Again, it wouldn't surprise me if this is all prepared. So he's just deciding where to move the knight here.
You have also knight to e1, so you have to decide. Knight g5 is basically bad move, right? After f5, you just.
Well, I'm not sure. The knight does come back to h3. It has a home on f4. I'm not sure how bad it is. Not sure. I think it looks quite. Not. Also, there's some
No, I
knight.
was thinking
Knight takes. If you go here, I might be able to take on e6.
it's white move. We can take it right away.
Oh, we can just
Yeah.
take it.
Bishop.
You don't have to play like this because it's a little bit unnecessary, but there are bailout options. So I actually do, believe it or not, I think he will play knight g5 here in this position. I think that is the move to play, to test black.
How about knight e1, f5, and somewhere to play f3? Like this move
Yeah.
looks a little bit weird for me because you have a weakness on g4. You are opening the diagonal as well, but you can challenge black in the center with f3.
Yeah, it's definitely an interesting move.
But it feels that something is wrong with this, right?
Just that I'm so close to making use of this diagonal a7 g1, right? I'm so close to landing a tactic.
Maybe something like bishop e7.
Hold
bishop
on, you've got
f6.
what about?
Yeah, say.
I was going to say bishop c5 actually exists here, but you can go e3,
Yeah,
build a wall. It's a shame,
I like that move.
but you've got e3. Build a wall. Build a wall. Okay. Well, it's very double-edged, and what that means is that Gavrilescu clearly not in the business of making a draw today, not interested. Next board is also important. Yes,
You
please.
already jumped. Shall we just go a little bit back?
Oh, okay.
Because I just saw that there are games in this position. Instead of knight e1, knight g5.
Yeah, knight g5 as expected,
yeah.
yes.
And here, after knight g5, you can play f5, and the position is still sharp, or you can play bishop e3, e7. And with this, you can trade some of the central pawns, like knight e4, queen d4. Yeah, queen takes, knight takes, and to play this endgame. But I think white has nothing to worry in this position.
Of course, white has nothing to worry about. And it might even be a slightly awkward position for black to
Because
play.
of the c8 bishop.
And also because you're just very passive here, actually, as black. Something is going to land on c5 with
Knight
white.
c5 or bishop c5.
Yeah. And this is big pressure. Big pressure. Looks like a horrible position to defend from a positional point of view for black. Yeah, okay. Well, should we go to the next game?
Yes, we can go to the next game. Oh, actually, let's go back to the Tal Lidi game because we have crazy changes there. So this was last time we saw the game, and we have few more moves.
Yeah, h4, 96.
Yeah, knight f3,
Yeah.
and black decided to take on d4.
Yeah.
Knight takes d4, c takes on d4, and why didn't it capture back this pawn on d4? Oh, sorry, knight takes d4 before that.
No, knight takes d4.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Knight takes d4, pawn takes d4.
Like this? Okay.
Yes. And now, instead of taking on d4, white played bishop g2.
Okay, so the question is, why?
Yeah, why? And what black played d5, and black has extra pawn in the center.
Okay, so let's try and work out why you can't do this as white. Why can't you take on d4 here? Well, maybe it's just simple. Queen a5 check.
Oh, you can't.
And if knight c3, you've got the beautiful queen takes c3 check.
That.
Beautiful.
The game over.
Yep, you have to take with the bishop. I take, and after you've blocked with the queen, only legal move. When we do a little count, we're a piece up here as black.
So, wow, knight g5 is a tricky move.
I love it. I absolutely love it.
So after knight f3, white just blundered the pawn on d4.
Yeah. Unless, I mean, some bishop h3, but then knight c6. I don't get it, actually. And Tal, I would be very confident in saying, I could be wrong, that Tal has not looked at this at home.
Yeah.
That this is all improvisation.
You know what? After knight e4, which was move 6, knight f2 d2 is a blunder already.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
So you cannot really, if we can just
Go for
show
it.
that part. Here, move 7, this is a blunder. White could play knight b to d2 and keep this knight here to guard the pawn. This was okay.
And if queen a5?
If queen to a5, then to... can I just go here?
Well, that's the position we looked at, right? Bishop g2, knight c6. Slightly uncomfortable.
Or queen c2.
Queen c2, bishop f5. Yeah, but there's a knight takes d2, knight takes f3, double trouble.
Double trouble.
Yeah, this is already getting dangerous for white.
Quite unpleasant.
Knight fd2, knight g5 is...
Yeah, and here you cannot stop this happening.
I mean,
and also the
it's-
pawn is hanging here.
I mean, I'll be honest with you. This is absolutely brilliant from Lidi.
Yeah.
Just chosen...
Let's see how they play. Like every time I see games like
Yeah.
that, I'm like, I want to play like this
Yeah.
too.
He didn't do anything.
He didn't do anything.
No, he just did move ordered him.
There's 94 here. So weird move. Queen
Wait.
a5 is the idea.
Yeah, but it's not a weird move. It's like
Knight
the most
f2.
classic.
Yeah.
Knight g5 is a star move. Star move.
I love that move.
Star move.
Move of a day.
Yeah?
96, and you're just losing now the pawn. Knight f3. And here we have knight takes, pawn takes, and now this one.
Yeah. Okay. Very, very interesting. I'm going for a black win, by the way, today. I think Lidi gets the best of Mr. Abagel. Okay, one more game. Let's see if we've got anything else. Ivanchuk, song. Why not? Ivanchuk song. Let's see what we had. Another Catalan. Seen plenty of them, but this time with d takes c4, which makes a lot of sense. Bishop g2, bishop b4 check. One of the main lines. You don't have to. You don't have to do this.
Mm-hmm.
There are lots of ways to play. Knight c6 is a main move. c5 is a move. Lots of ways. Bishop b4 check. Bishop d2. a5 is also main line. Queen c2. Takes and b5. This is some heavy theory. White goes a4, of course, to stop all of this. c6, and now b3. Now, the move b3 here, I'm not. I mean, it has to be a move or the move. I'm very curious, Ketty, what the books say about this position here. After a4, c6, what the correct move is, because b3 I don't think, I mean it will have been played, but I'm not sure what the main lines are basically.
Yeah, so let me take a look from very beginning. If we just go a little bit back.
Yeah, well,
this is already a side line.
But this is kind of a main line. Bishop b4 check, bishop d2 a5 has been played a lot in this Catalan. I mean a lot. Thousands of times.
Yeah. So here this is actually very interesting. When you play, let's make
Queen
next
c2.
Queen c2, then black took d2.
Yeah.
Knight d2 is so natural move, but
Yes.
mostly played, and the main theory here is queen takes d2.
Exactly.
So with this move, it looks very unnatural. Myself,
Yeah.
I play Catalan, and very often I ask questions like why I should play this move, because when my coach gives me the lines, I'm like, why I have to play that? So you are guarding the pawn on d4, and you want to play knight e5 next move, open up your bishop as well. And you're keeping this knight on b1 because it's quite flexible from here, can go to a3 or to c3.
d3 or d2. Yeah.
Yeah, so queen d2 was the main line. Instead of that, knight d2 has happened. And
there's also one other move that has to be
Yeah.
pointed out here, Ketty, which is that if you go b5, which is very natural, you've also
Yeah.
got the move queen g5, I remember.
Yeah,
which
oh
is-
yeah, I do remember this too.
Some kind of double. I don't know the theory myself on this line. I know that this.
Yeah, this is the line. This is
the
the
move.
yeah. It's I think very close to win.
Okay, so
Practical game.
knight bd2 was played, so this will.
Yeah, b5, a4 is the main line, c6, and here we have b3 as a main line.
Main line?
Yeah.
Okay. Anybody good played it? I'm curious.
Let me check. Let me check.
Feels like Ivanchuk is freestyling just a little bit here.
2600s.
Some 2600s?
Yeah,
Okay.
25, 26, 27. What? Who is this? Okay, it's just com ratings.
Well, oh, it's just .com ratings.
Just
Okay.
com ratings.
Well, the idea of B3 is fairly typical. You're trying to get some access down the C file. If you take
Yeah, this is a theory. Yeah, it's a theory. So you basically give up the pawn and you play on C5.
yeah. So C takes B3. Was this the game?
Yes. Knight takes B3. And now we have bishop to, sorry, castle, bishop a6, and rook to c1. Then we have b takes a4, rook takes a4, bishop b5, rook a3, knight b to d7, e3, and a4.
Wow, they're playing so fast that it's almost, this is kind of some sort of theory.
Ivanchuk has 1 hour and 26 minutes. Knight c5 has been played, queen to e7, and knight g5.
Wow, no, I mean, this is just 100% home preparation. There's no way you can play this quickly in 2 or 3 minutes. Just so it's either brilliant or it's. But I don't see the way, like, I don't see how this works for white.
Like if I take now on c5,
Yeah,
and
like,
just simplify the position.
Well, and let's say you take with the pawn. Because
Okay.
You want.
Yeah.
If I go h6, what are we doing here? Just looks like a pawn to me.
Maybe knight f3, knight d4.
Yeah, but it's.
I was thinking about the queen f5 here.
Oh, that's annoying. Well, maybe not. I don't know. The point is, Ketty, this bishop is beautiful on b5, protecting everything. I've got a rook. It is a, as the Russians say, pieshka, pieshka.
Pieshka.
Pieshka, pieshka. How do you say pawn in Georgian?
Bike.
Bike?
Bike.
Like
Bike.
bikey?
Bike.
That's such a nice word.
It is nice word. We have a Georgian player now. She
called bikey.
Almost. Bikidze.
Bikidze?
Yes. Yes. Nasi Bikidze.
Oh, Bikidze.
Yes. It's
Nasi?
Yes.
Of course. No, we all know Nasi, but I didn't know Pikey was pawn.
So she has a chess.
So her name is
Sassy.
Pawnson.
Pawnson. Yes.
Because the kids is like son of, is it?
Se is son of son.
Right.
Like in Georgia we don't have the gender.
Okay, so
in
there's
our language.
the child of.
Yeah, sort of.
Oh, you have no gender
We don't
in
have
Georgia.
gender.
Okay.
So
Son of pawn.
When you talk about a person and like, for instance, you see a cute baby, but you don't know it's a girl or a boy. You don't ask that why it's a girl or boy. The parent, it's so annoying for them. And in Georgian, we can just say we have this one word.
It doesn't matter.
Yeah, and then parent says it's a girl or boy. But in English, you have to say she or he, right?
And in Spanish and all the Romance languages.
But in Georgian, we don't have that.
Wow.
Yes.
Georgian is a fascinating language. Okay, whoa. We've got some moves here.
I think they captured the...
He took on c5 with the queen.
Yeah.
I'm sure he took.
And he played so fast, Vasily. Why we're not calling him Vasily? Why Vasil?
Because I think Vasily is the Russian way of writing and Vasil is the Ukrainian way. And
He changed it? Or?
Well, I don't actually know if he changed. I mean, for years and years, if you looked up literature about Ivanchuk, it would be Vasily. But I think now he just prefers to go by his Ukrainian name, given circumstances. Although I don't know if he was born Vasily or if he was born Vasil, like what's on his passport. Or maybe he even changed it. I don't know. Possibly.
Like in many languages, you can have full name and then informal name too.
Correct.
Like myself, like Ketty is informal name of Ketevan.
Right. Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah, but it's my formal name too. So.
But on your documents, you're
it's
Ketevan.
Ketty. Yeah, no, it's Ketty.
Oh, you're Ketty on
Yes,
passports.
thanks to my parents. Yes.
Really? Oh.
Yes.
Because we have Ketty Arakamia Grant.
Yes.
But she's Ketevan.
Ketevan, yeah. But there was actually a very interesting story because before the year I was born, 90s, you cannot give your child the shorter names or informal names in Soviet Union.
Yeah.
But I was born after Soviet Union, so my parents were allowed to give me informal name.
Ketty's a nice name.
I like that because my last name is already so long.
Yes.
And imagine if I have also a long name, I would struggle for life. So
that's right.
This is pretty cool. So Vasily, I don't know, like Vasil is very formal to me and Vasily is very informal to me.
Yeah, it's not a question of formality with him. It's a question of Ukrainian versus Russian spelling. And I think he's, very proud to be Ukrainian, very proud to represent his country. So he's going with the Ukrainian spelling.
Somehow I noticed that the other days when he had 5 out of 5, he was smiling, he was very communicative. And yesterday he was a different person. Like,
he was.
At the breakfast he was a bit sad, he was not really smiling to anybody. And this lose yesterday kind of affected his mood.
Yeah, mood is everything in chess. If you go into a game, you're not feeling good, you're feeling tired, if something's happened away from the board, it's very difficult to play a good game of chess. Looking positions on the top boards, of course, no results just yet. The games are just starting to take their shape. So we're going to be back in just a few minutes for continued coverage of this very important round 8. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
We're back from our first break. This is round 8 at Sunway Sitges Jazz Festival. Lawrence and Katy in the studio. Lawrence, we just got back and we saw the results. A result already on one of the top boards. What happened?
Yeah, well, great result for Edward Song. Black draw against Vasil Ivanchuk. We saw Edward playing fast. We saw Vasil playing fast as well. There wasn't much in the position. And, you know, Ivanchuk, even though he's much higher rated, he tried a little bit, but he's a pawn down. And the thing is that there's no real way for Black to make progress. Black is a pawn up, but the pawns are nicely blockaded by the rooks. The white bishop is very good. This is one of those classic positions of being a pawn up, but there's nothing you can do. And they made a threefold repetition. What a result for Edward Song. Now, what remains is, has he made a Grandmaster performance? He's on 6 out of 8. Mm-hmm. If you check the chess results, Katy, you will see his rating performance. If his rating performance is 2650 as of now, then even if he loses tomorrow, because he'll be playing somebody higher rated,
his rating is performance is 2611.
2611?
Yeah.
Yeah, so actually, so he hasn't got the norm.
No.
If he loses tomorrow, then I think his performance will be below 2600. Mm-hmm. If he draws tomorrow, mm-hmm. everything depends on his opponent. His opponent, actually, you know what? He would have to play somebody rated 2600. Now, he's played Alexienko. He hasn't played Musar, right?
He has not played Musar.
I think he needs to have white against
played Alexienko.
Yep.
Tal Bergjal.
Mm-hmm.
Ting Jingyao.
Yep.
Lucas Lech.
Yep.
Kirill Alexienko.
And Vasil Ivanchuk.
And Ivanchuk.
Yeah, so I think for a
question.
Yeah.
There is one player from Austria who drew the tournament, and this is Lucas.
Yeah, I remember him from one of the early rounds. Lech. Yeah. Yeah. Huh?
Do you think this will affect on his results? But he has played 5 games.
Who?
And then Lucas.
It won't. He'll just. It will affect whose results?
So Edward Song's.
No, it has nothing to do with Edward. No, the fact that he withdrew from the tournament doesn't matter because they already played.
Because I remember there was a rule that if a player withdraws the
Withdraws.
tournament before 5 rounds, all these results are eliminated.
Well, he played 6 rounds.
Yes.
So that's number
5.
1. He played 5?
5, and then he didn't show up in the 6th round.
I don't know the exact rules. We can get confirmation about that. I think it's going to be fine. There's no way they're going to, deprive this guy of a Grandmaster norm after such a brilliant performance. This is the point. I think a draw tomorrow against a Grandmaster rated over 2550. So let's say he plays Ting Jingyao. Say he plays Marc-André Morizzi or Jules Moussard. A draw against one of those Grandmasters, I think will get him the Grandmaster norm over 9 rounds. A win against anybody is a guaranteed norm. And if he loses tomorrow, he probably has to win the last round to get a 10-round norm against a very strong Grandmaster. So for him tomorrow, everything is about not losing, and he'll have white. Everything is about not losing, because if he draws tomorrow and he doesn't make a 9-round norm, he can make a 10-round norm.
Yeah, exactly.
In the last
And
round.
he deserves this. He had
Of course.
great run in this tournament. He is at that level as well. Like, look at him being so amazing and creative. We have seen a lot of games on the top boards, and it's not easy to go against the grandmasters that we have,
absolutely.
the field we have here. So,
And remember, he's only rated 2363. It's not like he's some 2550 young, crushing
wait, what?
Indian.
He has lower rating than me?
He has.
Wow! No, I have lower, but like 23. I thought he was 2500.
He's 2363.
All these days, I thought he was 2500.
No. He's 2363. So he's performing.
Okay.
He's performing 300 points more or less higher than his rating. I mean, performance of the tournament, without doubt. I mean, this is the performance of the tournament so far. So we'll get confirmation about norms as we move forward. Great result, though.
Great. Let's go to the top boards, shall we?
Yep.
See what is happening. Either second on the first board. Basically, we have these players with the same points. And the last time we checked this game was somewhere...
Really early on, around
Early.
d6. Yeah, around move 6. So let's see. So we had castles, you kick the bishop, and now b3. Very typical way to get your pieces out. Knight c6, bishop b2, black getting his pieces out. And look at this move here, knight b1. This is, I mean, it's a move. It's a move. It's, for me, absolutely, like, the fact you can play this and it's okay is crazy, but it looks like you can. You want to develop the knight to c3, where it occupies some key central squares. Modern chess, knight c3, queen d7. Jules playing just classic. Queen d7, connect the rooks, threaten bishop h3, get rid of this nice bishop, e3 and bishop h3. Played.
And this is currently the position.
This is the position.
Queen c2 has been played.
And queen c2?
Jules is thinking.
This game could have been played in a sort of blitz game. The moves are very easy to play. So black has kind of reached the maximum here in terms of development and opening. And this is like a perfect position now for improving players. Because a lot of players much weaker than Jules could have played exactly the same opening. There's nothing that Jules has done here that is special in this opening. What do you do now, though? This is the moment that separates a grandmaster from an improving player. How do you choose a plan here? There are many ways to play this position as black. There are many ideas. For me, I was always, because I'm uncultured and I'm an uncouth coffee house blitz player. That's what I am. What I would do here is I would probably play the move queen g4, which is obviously a horrible move, but it's the first move that I would look at.
Wait, what's the idea of this one?
The idea of this move is I want to put the queen on h5 and put the knight on g4 with this construction.
Straightforward. You want to checkmate?
I want to checkmate you.
Yeah.
I'm not here to just hang out with you.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
drink
Straight in the point.
Drink
Checkmate.
wine and have cheese. I'm here to checkmate you.
Actually, something very similar happened on the board. I think he's going to that direction.
Oh, really?
He first captured the bishop on g2 to make sure that there are some weaknesses on the light
Yes.
squares. Ida captured it back right
Yeah.
away and walked out. And now Jules is still thinking in this position.
Well, it's a bit different because now there's no real mating construction. So my question is he going to play the move d5? The reason this looks strange, this move, is because this bishop suddenly, I feel, is a little bit loose. So when I take, this guy is hanging, but it doesn't look like there's a way to actually... it doesn't look like there's a way to win this bishop. So, yeah, knight takes d5, queen takes d5. This is a little loose for white, actually. I think this is his idea. He wants to go d5. This is the only explanation for playing bishop takes d2. But his position looks good as black. It looks good. White has spent a lot of time. Knight d2, knight b1, knight c3. Meh. Not convinced at all. Like, the way Ido has played this game, not my style. A bit too slow for me. And
He's kind of waiting, right, to his opponent.
Yeah, but I mean, you've got white, right? Why are we now suddenly on the back foot after move 14? Doesn't make sense. Now, I'm not saying that white is worse, because white almost certainly is not worse here, somehow, because his position is still solid. But I would take black. I would definitely take black. No question. So, good news for Jules Moussard fans. Let's go to board 2, Marc-André Maritzi. What happened here? Well, we did get d4. Exactly what I said. These lines with b3 suddenly become a little bit tricky. Black took an a4 first before taking here. So this is a nice move.
I like that.
But
I like that.
We get
Killing the b4. Yeah.
we get a Queen's Gambit classic line with a4 anyway. Castles bishop e7 and d takes c5. A very modern way of treating this position. Where we get this. Now this looks very boring to the, let's say, to the nonchalant eye, if I can put it like that, right? You've got, look at the pawn
Queen's
structure.
off the board.
Queen's
Similar,
off.
yeah.
It looks like, just draw. No. The best players in the world will beat you 10 times out of 10 from this position as white. If you don't know what you're doing, if you're inaccurate with black, there are all these little squares that are very exploitable. So I'm very curious how Maritzi is going to do this here. He plays knight d2. Now, in fact, this position is a theoretical position.
Right.
So if you looked at this, Ketia, in the database after knight to d2, sorry, after bishop takes c5, I'm very curious as to the theory here.
Yep, knight to d2 is one of the moves there, but the most popular one is bishop d2.
Also,
in this position with rook c1 idea.
And maybe just to plant the bishop on e1 and have these files. Okay, so what happens after knight d2?
Here there are
King
plenty
e7?
of moves. King e7, castle.
This was played by Joseph, by the way.
Yeah. And now we have
b3?
b3 or knight d to e4.
Yeah, b3 played.
Or knight to b3, yeah. b3 have played, rook to d8.
Correct, played.
Bishop b2.
Yep. Bishop b4.
And bishop to e2.
Yeah, this is actually, so whatever game that is we're following it game for game. Which game is that?
This is the game has been played back in 2006. How many years ago?
2006?
Yeah.
18?
18 years ago.
Well, or 19, depends on...
One of these guys was not even born at that time. Like,
yeah.
Maritzi, for instance, he's
wasn't.
17 years old.
Crazy. In 2006, I was studying in Spain. That's part of my unit. Studying. Mm-hmm. Really studying hard at the local bars and nightclubs. Really
Don't
studying.
give us more details. Oh,
The good old days.
That's why you know Spanish.
That's why I know Spanish, because I was hanging out in the bars in Granada asking for lots of cerveza and jamón. Yeah. So this game has been played, and what Ketty is saying, by two Spanish players. And it's true. the move knight a5 here looks like a great move. Looks like a great move. The idea is that you're trying to stabilize on the queen side. And in fact, let's just say white played a random move. Is the move rook takes d2 a threat? With the idea takes, and you win the exchange back, and you are just winning. Right? Pawn up, easy position. So I love knight a5 here for black.
Knight a5 is a very serious, actually rook d2 is a very serious strat here.
Yes.
And you know what, if you don't deal with this one properly, you might get worse position. And the best move here, according to the engine, is knight to c4, offering a knight straight or giving up the pawn on b3. So let's show that on the board, but very difficult move to play. If you don't know this theory, or if you are not very deep in the calculation, right? Knight b3, very logical move. You take the rook on d8, king takes d8, rook to d1 check, king goes on e7, and you play now very strong move, knight to a2 first.
Knight to a2.
Going after this bishop. Bishop is not trapped, but it's stated there annoying.
Yeah.
And then you go a5 in this position, blocking the queen side. The knight is almost trapped.
The knight is trapped.
You want to play rook
d3,
yeah. You want to play bishop f3 to attack on b7 as well.
Wow, but this is...
I love this position.
This is very, very deep. You really need to be deep in the position to see this stuff. It's not totally straightforward to me. I think knight a5 will be played, though, by Joseph.
Knight a5 is on the board.
Oh, it's on the board?
Yes.
Wow, this is a really interesting moment. For the tournament, actually. A lot depends on Mauritz's next move. Now, because there are also, like, let me give you an example here. Let's say you play a passive move like rook b1. Looks horrible to play like this.
He made a move. But before we see the move, look. Let's go to the full screen and check it out. Ivanchuk still in the playing venue.
Yeah.
It happened yesterday too. He ends his game, and rather than to go to the, I don't know, in the room or going out, still we have a daytime, he's staying there and doing his thing. Following the chess games so deeply.
He loves chess.
Oh my goodness.
He loves and breathes, lives
chess.
this game, and he breathes this game. Look at him there. Now, here's a funny question. I don't think he's thinking about the game he's looking at all. I think he's thinking about his own game, yeah.
Yesterday's game.
No, today's game.
Today's game.
No, not yesterday's. He's done with it. He's thinking about today. He's like, okay, maybe improvement earlier, not sure. Interesting position, okay.
Yes.
That's exactly how the voice in his head sounds like.
Yes. So sweet. Personality.
Yeah, he's great.
Look at him. Oh my goodness. He's so amazing.
Yep, there goes
We're
the
so
nose.
blessed to live in a time that we can see him playing chess, because I don't know, like you might know people from books, you might know people from games. Look, he's not satisfied, but like we have this opportunity to live in the era of Magnus Carlsen. I'm so grateful of that, and like people like Ivanchuk, for instance.
Exactly.
He's just amazing.
Exactly. Yeah, I mean, look, he's a phenomenal player. You know, he was world number 2 in the early 90s. So, I mean, literally early. I think he was world number 2 in 91 or 92, something like that. Kasparov thought he was the next big thing. They all did, actually. And he was. And he was a top 5, top 10 player for, until I guess he was a top 10 player until the late 90s.
I think Karpov quoted that he is at the world champions level.
Well, so Ivanchuk is, if you ask the best players in history, if you ask the world champions, if you ask Gary, if you ask Magnus, and if you ask Anatoly and various others, which group of players would be on the list of the best players never to be world champion? Ivanchuk is almost always on every single list. Yeah. You have people like Korchnoi on there. You have people like, who else? Timan maybe is on there. Maybe even Aronian in terms of modern day players. Levon, you would think, had a chance. But Fabi. There is a list of the greatest never to be, and some of the old Soviet masters as well.
Talking about chess players, yesterday we went out in the town and asked some funny questions to people, who don't know nothing about chess. And we showed some of the photos of the players and we asked who they look like what's their profession.
Yeah.
And one guy said about Fabi that he is a millionaire. He has this look of millionaire.
Fabi is a millionaire, but and does very well for himself. Fabi, I don't know if you would say his look is. He's a typical, what I would say, modern generation, humble look. He's got the humble look, and you never know.
He's an amazing person.
You never know, right? You just never know. But Fabi is obviously fantastic.
He's amazing. Amazing chess player, and also his personality is just great. At one of the events, we were playing some card games, and Fabi was like heavy forces there. Without Fabi, we were not playing the game. And it's so much fun to have top players also just, being normal human beings and just having fun time.
All right, let's move on, but we'll...
Lawrence, we don't want to see what was the moves there, because
we had a move. There, Sorry, we had a move. You were right. He played bishop a3.
Bishop a3. This is a normal human move.
Yes. And the idea is that you have to take, pretty much. Take.
Yes, take and rook takes this on the board.
And now I guess he's going to go back with the knight. That's the move that makes sense. There's also the move e5, allowing this bishop to come into play.
I like that. How about bishop d7 instead of...
Bishop d7? Mm-hmm.
Why should I get back this knight on c6 so fast?
Well, you allow white to
B4,
advance
B5?
a little bit. Yeah, get a little bit of space, right? Something like this. And okay, it's not the end of the world, but it's not...
Maybe knight e4 as well is there, like knight e4, knight d6 after bishop d7.
Well, you've got a very fast bishop c6 or something like takes, bishop c6.
And I play knight c5.
Yeah, but it's aiming at nothing, right? It's kind of like...
Well, I want to play b4 at some point too, take and then b4.
But I can take and go b6, and I don't like this jumping around with no security. I think clearly here the move for black is to go e5 or knight c6 to prevent b4. This looks very natural to just plant a knight on b4. e5 also looks natural. The issue is, what do we do against b4? We go knight c6. I guess this is also natural because now there's no rook b1 because the knight's hanging and rook b3 gets hit by tempo. Whatever happens, I think it's absolutely clear that Jirel has a perfectly good position.
He's doing really good.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to lose today.
We have to go to board 5 right away because Lidi against Tal.
Lidi.
Bergil is going crazy.
Okay, so we had this position. We saw kind of this. And we saw that Lidi did protect the pawn. Knight a3, knight c6, knight c2. Holy cow. Look at this move here. g5. This is just, this is a move that if you played this in 1972 in Vladivostok, you're getting sent to prison. The regime would not have accepted this. They would be sending. They would be
how this came to your mind?
They would be sending telegrams to head office in Moscow, saying the Gavarish, he played g5 in a position where he's a pawn up. I wonder how much hate I'm going to get from today's stream. I'm probably going to get a lot of complaints. It's okay. I don't care.
It's okay. The thing is that you will not get a jail time.
Yeah.
Luckily. But I have a feeling Lidi had a bet to his friend that he will play at least 3 pieces on g5 square today. Knight g5, probably, remember? Yeah. This was knight g5. Yeah. So out of blue, he played that move, which was the best move in that position. And now g5 here. I love this move, actually. Computer has question mark, but
But it might be good.
I love that move.
But I'm telling you now, if you played this in 1968 in Samara, you'd be rationed to 1 loaf of bread for a month. No, but what is... I mean, look, this move here is just so... I don't know what it is. It's kind of new.
Yeah. But Liddy is such an innocent person, right? We have seen his nice games, just, he was moving back and forth. And today he woke up violent, I guess. Like, it's different Liddy.
I mean, everybody in this position plays a move like rook e8.
Yeah.
And the idea is that after e3, you've got this fantastic tactic, d3. You can't take the pawn on d3 because e4 is a double attack. It's a beautiful double attack. So you would have to go knight e1, and then you would go e4. And you've got these pawns. Yeah, sure, there's a trade on g7, and now white might try and do something, but f3, f5. This is what a normal player would do and win with black. Just like, this is just winning. I mean, look at the state of this position for white. So rook e8, bishop f5, queen e7, any of these moves. G5 is...
The question? Tal is very
G5.
surprised. Look at him.
But he's like, okay. He was like, this is the sort of move I'd play. Now,
I don't remember his accent, actually, how he sounds. It's difficult to do French.
He sounds very French.
Very French, yeah.
But nice French.
Yeah, oui.
And look at his shirt.
Look at his shirt, yeah, that's what I wanted to say. It's so fancy and stylish.
Only a Frenchman could wear such a shirt. And
No,
Levon.
and Aronian.
Yeah. Maybe he stole Levon's shirt. Looks like it. Looks like he just stole it. You know, Levon left it in the lobby of a hotel when playing the Paris Grand Prix, and he said, okay, I'll take it. I still think he's going to lose today. Tal. I've been very... I have to admit, though, with Tal, this tournament, I've been very pessimistic. I just said he's going to lose every game, and he's on 5.5.
Yeah.
He's had some terrible positions, but he's
saving nicely. Like
saving.
yesterday's game, he totally saved after lost position.
Yeah.
After g5, do we have more moves? Yeah, we have a lot of more moves, and
okay.
maybe we changed our opinion of him saving the game, because after g5, we have h takes g5, queen takes g5, bishop a3, going after d6 pawn, queen g6, and c5. Look, he's trying for some counterplay. Takes the pawn, rook to d8. Knight b4. Knight takes, bishop takes, and Liddy goes with e4.
This is just losing for what?
Bishop e7.
Okay.
Rook e8.
Okay.
Bishop h4.
Wow.
Bishop g4. Now he replaced the pawn on h4 with the bishop. And white goes with f3. And there is a massive tactic here.
He plays with the bishop. Did he play bishop? Did he play it?
No, he didn't play, but there is a massive tactic with bishop takes f3.
That's crazy.
I'm sorry, but this is too crazy. Pawn takes and e3. You want to play e2. So if you play rook to e1, you don't stop me to play d3, and the rook is hanging on a1.
Holy, look at these pawns. Look at this bishop. It's actually doing something. It's controlling d8, but
it's great.
This is look at these pawns. It's a
and
catastrophe.
Rook b1, let's say, you go bishop to c3 or
whatever.
Any other. It's like almost -5 here.
Yeah. You know what? It's not difficult to see. I expect the GM to actually see this. And I think he's going to play it. I really do.
Going to play it?
I think he's going to play it. By the way, this has just been an absolute catastrophe of a game for white. The whole game, the opening was... He tried to not get tricked, and he ended up getting super tricked. And like losing a pawn here, you can't do that really. You just can't play like that. So after, this whole, even h4 is probably a mistake. Probably just have to go e3 here. Okay, here you can play like this, but you need to find a continuation here that just doesn't lose the pawn. Or you do something, maybe h5. This is maybe the correct way.
I love that h5.
And h6. And if bishop f6, you go knight e4 and you pester this bishop. And if bishop e5, you have f4. and things get very complicated.
You remember yesterday we were talking about Tal, that if he escapes the opening
Yes.
phase,
Yes.
then he's very creative.
Yes.
And it reminds me of a time when I was playing chess professionally as a little kid. I was a fighter, but
Yes.
like my openings with black was not so great. So
Okay.
I was suffering very much in Sicilian. And Caro-Kann, I played Caro-Kann, but like it's not my thing.
Right.
And after one of the tournaments at European Championship, I got the second place, like shared first, second place,
Right.
got second, which is so sad. You prefer to be third,
Can
not
happen.
second in that case. And I received an email
Okay.
from Georgian coach and a grandmaster
Right.
who did not live in Georgia. I knew him, that he existed. I knew his name. And he's an amazing person actually, but I never actually met him in person. And he tells me that he wants to help me. He wishes all the best, and he was looking for my games, and he thinks that I have some issues with the black, which I had, and he sent me the whole file of Najdorf.
Oh, okay.
With all his analyses. It was like so much of the files. And I was like, and back in those days it was so difficult to
Of
get
course.
the grandmaster and
Of
the
course.
analysis. It was like we were talking about a couple of $1,000
Yeah,
of
yeah.
the preparation.
Yeah, yeah.
And he gave me that for free just to help me out. And when I'm looking at Tal, that like reminds me that period when I was struggling with the openings. If I could just pass that phase, then I could survive.
Well, I mean, Tal's opening repertoire is not the most solid out there, and he does other things. He coaches a lot, and he hasn't probably got time to just do loads of work on his opening. But look, the point is this: today, he's in big trouble. Big trouble.
Big trouble. And do we have the move on the board, or
No.
he's still after F3? There's also E takes F3 logical move.
Yeah, of
It's
course
also
you can do
possible.
that as well.
Don't need to necessarily go crazy, but Lidi here today, he's a different person. He might just play that.
Let's see. Let's go to another game that is very interesting as well, which is the game between Kirill Alexienko and Sava Vetokhin. We saw this unbelievable idea in the opening by Kirill, the move knight b5 on move 12. We analysed that. It's a brilliant idea. Queen b8, knight bd4. There was a trade, bishop b7. And now, not the move queen e2 or a5, but c3 by Kirill, which is a very interesting move. And I think the idea is that if you take on e4, winning a pawn, does he want to do this, or does he want to do something like a5 and have a square for the queen to give a nasty check? That's
Ooh,
the
I love
idea.
that. I love
Yeah.
that.
That's the idea.
Because if you take this pawn on c3 is a blunder, because after queen to a4, you are losing a queen.
Wow, that's just winning. In fact, that's kind of what happens. So after c3, b takes c3, he now played a5. This just stinks of home preparation.
Home preparation.
Yeah, this just stinks of it, and it's beautiful. I absolutely love it. Sava played queen d8, and now bishop c2 by Kirill, which makes loads of sense as well. This is another very cute move, saying you've got no way to deal with the check. Bishop e7 check, and the knight comes to d7. And it is the move. It's Kirill's move. And what I like about this position is
I like everything about this position.
I mean,
Look at these beautiful diagonal active pieces, the whole on b6, the whole on c6.
this could be
lots
game of the
of
tournament,
things.
by the way. If we follow the following line, queen b3, hitting the bishop. If you take the pawn on e4, then white is going to react with the classic Najdorf structure, sacrifice, knight takes e6. F takes e6, queen takes e6, hitting the bishop. The bishop has to go back to g6, because where else are you going to put it? And then you can play bishop to b6 using all the squares.
Oh my goodness.
And
rook
finally, rook e1, and you are going to deliver checkmate.
you have to resign here with black because there's
Yes.
no safe.
That's the end of the game. Rook e1 and mate in a few. That is not unrealistic.
Oh, I love that.
Queen b3 is really quite an obvious move. After rook b8, same idea. You take on e6, take and take. Now, you get to this position as white and you say, well, okay, he's probably going to take the pawn. You go rook b1 and you stop here. And you get to this moment as white and you try to work out what's going on. So if we do a piece count, you're toast here as white, right? You are, I mean, the position is just a joke, basically.
Yes.
You're a piece down, and how many pawns? Oh no, you're no pawn, just a pure piece.
Yeah.
But you've got all this amazing compensation.
Bishop b6.
Bishop b6.
Next move.
Even just taking here and doubling and...
c5, yeah. You can castle. You can move bishop or knight. You are just paralyzed here in this position.
Yeah, it's an absolutely
Yeah.
disgusting...
After rook b2, there is bishop a7 threats.
Yeah.
You can somewhere play bishop d4 to annoy the pawn on g7. We have all of us been there. If you play with black and ever felt for knight e6, you can find yourself in this kind of hopeless position. Like, you are holding it, but how long? That's the question.
Yeah, I think this is objectively just losing for black, like holding here. And there's Sava. Look, he's a super young guy, 15 years old. And he's looking at Kirill and he's saying, Drug, what's going on? Tavarish, what Tavarish. No,
It's like, why I got in here? Why I played this opening?
He definitely doesn't say Tavarish, but he'll say Drug. Of course, they're both from Russia. And this is the prayer formation, the prayer stance, because he understands that if queen b3 happens, it is spokojna noche, big time.
I like how you are using every Russian word that you know.
I only know 6 words.
That's so nice. That's so nice.
It is bad. Like queen.
Look at this. Tal is watching his game, and for a moment he relaxed that someone else has the worst situation that he has on his.
Tal's like.
When you
I
have
wish I had that position.
When you have a bad position, look that someone also has bad position. Somehow that compensates your pain.
Okay, here we go. Here's a move. So we're seeing some moves. So do we have a live move perhaps?
Let me check. We do have a live move.
Okay, what did he do?
So knight c6 is on the board. Instead of queen b3,
he went knight c6?
Knight c6.
Okay, also very logical. You kind of have to take, right? I guess. You can try queen c7, but have you got some bishop b6? And if you take, I can take. No, that doesn't work. Sorry, bishop b6. You could just take and play a move like bishop d4 or queen d4 or queen g4. You could even just take. Might just be good for white. Maybe not. Black's stable here, knight c5. It's just difficult to say. Very, very difficult to say. I would have gone queen b3 here, 100%. 100%, because I would have seen this sacrifice and I wouldn't been able to control myself, basically. But it's good. You see that it's actually just very good.
Do you know Russian school to control yourself?
The Russian school to control myself? What do you mean?
Yeah. So when you want to play, like there's a move and you see that it's a good move.
Yeah.
And you want to play right away, how they are teaching in Soviet chess. They are saying that you have to sit
sit on your hands.
Yeah, and not to.
Yeah,
and you might see a kid
something
sitting
similar.
like that.
Yeah,
you have something similar.
Well, not quite, but not far off as well. So I mean, we do have.
I have never had such thing.
No. Mm-mm. Well, I never play a good move, so I wouldn't know. But yeah, I know what you're saying.
You're so humble.
It's true. I haven't played a good move in about 13 years or something.
Because you don't play chess now. For how long?
True.
10
but
years?
I didn't. Yeah, something.
10 years.
Well, no, not 10 years, but yeah. But yeah. But anyway, the point is, I still think that Savo-Tokin has got some problems, although I wouldn't have gone knight c6.
Let's go back to the board 1. We have a lot of changes there.
Okay. We last saw it. He did go d5, Ketty. This was the last position we saw it.
Yeah, good guess.
He did go d5, takes. We saw this. And rook c1. Okay, hitting the bishop. The bishop finds a nice square back home. Queen c4, rook a8, totally normal. Rook fd1. There's a trade, and it's white to move. 0 problems for black, of course, right? In fact, white has got a bit of a decision now how to recapture this queen. Does he want to do it with the pawn? All 3 captures are actually legal here. All 3 captures are actually legal, which is very, very interesting. So,
What do you have the game? Do,
well,
you don't have it,
I'm
yeah?
just trying to work out which one I would play here as white.
Yeah. Tell me.
I think I would play with the d pawn intuitively to keep the structure similar.
Yeah, more healthy.
The problem with taking with the b pawn is that firstly I'm worried about some e4 push.
Yeah.
I'm also worried about the move a4 fixing this dark square pawn here. There's a weakness on b3. Yeah, and taking with the rook, I don't like disconnecting the rooks. So I think I would come to the conclusion that taking with this pawn is correct. Now, black can play the move e4 here. This is the only problem. And if I go knight d4, there's the move knight e5. And this is very, very bad for white, the fact that this knight can come in. And I can see Jules has played a move.
Yep, he actually captured with a d. We have rook d1.
He captured with the d? Okay,
Yes.
so he traded first. Okay.
Rook d1, and he went for f6, and I like that move to limit the knight on f3. e5, f6 is the good structure, and here Ido Gostein went for g4.
Yeah,
And I
that's
love
the
that
natural move. Yeah,
I
that's
love
the-
this move.
That's
As black has the dark square bishop
Yeah.
and all the king side pawns are on the dark squares, you want to somehow fix them. King to f7 has been played by Jules, and he has half an hour. He's 20 minutes behind on the clock.
yeah, that doesn't
But he
matter.
does very often. He likes to spend the time from the clock.
But look at them, they're not that interested, both of the players, because with taking on d1 and playing f6, Jules has shut the shop. This is not a serious winning attempt. And actually, this is just going to be a draw. There is no other result, I think, that is possible. If Jules really wanted to go for the win after d takes e4, he would have played e4 and tried this idea of bringing the knight to d3. But clearly, he was not in the mood for that, and clearly he, is quite content with a draw. So, I fully expect that position to be a draw, like almost 100%, I would say, that ends up being a draw, that position.
We have a lot of other interesting games too. If I
Okay.
may suggest to go board 10, we have quite interesting setup there, and we can just maybe talk a little bit about that position. Where we have Paul Felton, Grandmaster from France, against
Which-
Indian FIDE Master, board 10,
Board 10.
Mustafa Hiya
Yes,
Hossein Hoyayev.
Yes.
Oh, wow, that's a difficult.
that's a difficult one.
And he's not from India. It's what is this country?
I'm not sure.
Let me check. Tajikistan.
Tajikistan, okay. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, Tajikistan. There's the flag for Tajikistan, right?
Tajikistan.
Have you been to Tajikistan?
I've never been in
Okay.
Tajikistan.
Have you? No. Have you been to a lot of the stans?
Kazakhstan, and
Kazakh-
it's one of my favorite countries.
Okay.
I love people there.
Right.
Also, some of my favorite chess girls are from Kazakhstan.
Yeah, your friends.
Yeah, like Shansaya, for instance. Oh, you
Shans-
lost your hand.
Oh, Shansaya, she's a good friend of yours.
Yeah, I like her. Like, I'm so unhappy that she's not playing chess. She's
What
one
do you
of the
mean
last
she's not playing
grandmasters.
chess?
She has not been playing chess for a year already.
Really?
Yeah.
What are you allowed to say?
I think she's doing really good job with her
School.
Yeah, she has the academy, a really nice one. I think few branch of the academy, and she has a lot of talented kids. And in fact, one of my favorite coaches, chess
Yeah.
coaches, one of my first coaches was
Yeah.
also the first coach of Shansaya.
Oh, okay.
So we have so much same understanding because this coach that we work together, both of us really alike, and now he is one of the main coaches of her academy
Wow,
there in
okay.
Kazakhstan. Another thing that I like in Kazakhstan is the chocolate. They have very nice chocolates.
Okay.
And for the first time I ever tried the horse meat was in Kazakhstan.
Oh, wow,
I can't
okay.
say it was my favorite thing, to be honest. But you have to try things
I think
like that.
for me, I couldn't eat horse meat. I love watching horses, the horse
horse
racing, and there's such beautiful animals. I mean, horse meat would be difficult for me.
I understand
think-
that. But like, this is the culture of the country,
course,
right?
yeah,
And myself, I'm from the country where we consume a lot of meat, and I understand that's sentiments. But like, without that, people in the mountains cannot survive. That's another thing too. So
Yeah.
it's all about the culture and everything. Why we went to that? Yeah, Kazakhstan. And I was actually hosting the World Championship match there. So I
Oh,
was
I
there for
see.
1 month, and I have
Okay.
best memories.
Well, we've got this position here. The Tajikistan, he's not from Kazakhstan, but the Tajikistan player, Orimi, has got this position with white and, as with black against, Orimi is from Iran and Upadhyaya is from
India.
India. Sorry, I'm in a completely wrong position.
Yeah, you are in.
I'm on the wrong board. No wonder I'm getting confused. This is the game that you wanted to look
This is
at.
the game I would.
Okay. Veltan against Mustafa Kuja.
Paul is actually a very good ping pong player. And
Is he?
Yeah,
Okay.
billiard player.
Interesting.
With the drill every day he plays. He plays some games, and they're like so good team. But here he lost one of the first rounds, and now he's coming back. The interesting moves that happened in this game is after bishop e4, black played rook to c3, and white decided to capture this rook and played e3 with idea to play d4 next move and disconnect the bishop and the pawn.
Yeah, this is very, very logical and trying to play against this bishop. Still feels as though black should have some chances here somehow. If he plays accurately. I don't quite know what the best move here is, but...
He played rook to c8. We have a couple more moves.
Yeah.
Rook c1, e6, and d4. This is currently the position.
It's unpleasant for black, though, because you are probably just going to lose a pawn. There is some weaknesses on the queen side. Only white can be better, of course. So, I don't know. Not a great position if you're black. You're not having fun in this position here.
Exactly. Let me check what else we have in this round on the top boards.
Nothing. We haven't looked at Jing Yao Tin's game forever. Let's just go straight there against Daniel Christopherich. He's a player, Daniel Christopherich, who we've not spoken about at all, but we should, because he's only a FIDE master rated 2287. I say only, not disparagingly. I mean that simply because if you look at the players around him, there's a 2673, there's a 2550, and so on. So it's a low rating to be on this score. It's the lowest rating by some distance. So he's having a great tournament. Daniel Christopherich, he's an FM from Austria. And we can see him there in the video. That is him playing the black pieces. And we have this position on the board, which, to be honest, if I'm just looking at it, I would think that white is better, but maybe not that much. But it's the sort of position, again, that really grindy grandmasters tend to do well in. Very little risk for white, very solid structure, very solid king. Squares to operate on. Yeah, a move like king g2 is totally normal here.
It is a normal move, but black played next move h4.
Yeah.
And white decided to capture this pawn, and now we have a bit of
Yeah, but
different structure.
I
of the
don't like
pawns.
h4. I think it's a really bad move.
You don't like h4?
Because the point is, yeah, you could check me, but I go here, and now you allow my rook and bishop to combine to hit the g6 pawn. This looks very, very suspicious to me. And also, if you're not careful, you can't go h5 now because of queen g4, but h5 exists. I actually think that black is in big trouble here. Even though the machine might say otherwise, it looks as though this position is critically bad for black, unless there's an amazing tactic here, basically.
There is something really nice line that the engine
Okay.
suggests.
Okay.
F3 here. After h4, you sacrifice another
f3.
pawn.
Yeah.
Point being that you don't want to take this with a pawn, right? Your pawn structure will look so ugly. So you take with the bishop,
Yeah.
and then rook to f4, going
Wow.
after h4 pawn.
Now that I can get behind, because you take and then queen h3 is coming and all kinds of stuff is coming. And that is...
Oh, there's okay. Let's see.
Okay.
This is so crazy.
Yeah.
So here, white's best move is rook g1.
Difficult move to
It
play,
is
in my
very
opinion.
difficult, really.
Almost impossible.
So
Why?
the idea is that after rook h4, you play king h1.
King h1 to
You
not
don't want to
even-
give up the pawn. H2.
Okay.
And after bishop f4, you play rook g2.
Okay, you can find that. Yes,
Yeah.
it is findable.
And next move here is e4.
Yeah.
Look at that.
And bishop takes.
Beautiful move. Bishop takes, and then you play rook to h8. I don't know why
No.
you can play rook h8 right away, but this is the engine move. I question my own engine too.
Not gonna happen.
Yeah, but this is
Never ever gonna
so
happen.
courageous. Do you think e5, e4 here is good to open up the square for the knight?
I think it's just too. No, I mean it's just not. If he plays e4, I think we have to get the scanners out.
Yeah, we go.
We're going back upstairs.
I imagine every time you say that, I imagine you in this police uniform, which
That's-
will be very good on you.
That's what I'm gonna. Oh, thanks. Should wear it tomorrow.
You should wear it tomorrow.
No,
And
the point.
with the scan in the hand,
No, the
I
po-
would be terrified
No,
if
no,
I
no,
was
no,
a
no.
player.
Look at his moustache. Can we get a
Oh,
full?
that's so French.
Can we get a full screen of that, please? Because that's quite the moustache. Look at that, the twirly.
The ring as well. Wow, we
Look-
have second time this
Oh, and he's-
mafioso ring as you name it.
Yeah, the mafioso ring as well. That's kind of the mafioso ring is serious.
and look at
yeah.
the chain, not the
Look
chain,
at that.
but
Is
the
that like
necklace.
it's a necklace of like what's that a claw of an owl? What is that? I don't know, but that moustache is that might be the best moustache in chess. That might be the best. Look at that. Look at that
Oh,
thing.
the rings! Look at the rings!
And the
Oh my
rings.
god! Let's go full screen
He's
again.
my favorite player of all time.
So stylish.
Look at that. The blue ring and the moustache and the deep in look how deep like
Wow.
he is really deep in concentration here, huh?
What a style!
I love it. And by the way, if he plays this, we're going upstairs.
We go upstairs, absolutely.
We have some moves.
We checked that
No,
rings.
he did it.
What? He
We're
played
going-
f3.
No, f3 is findable. I mean, f3 is really findable.
Wow.
Because, I mean, it's brilliant. I mean, it's absolutely brilliant. It is findable because you understand that you want to go rook f4, rook h4. If he starts playing moves like e4 and so on, we're going to take a break. This is a bit of a shock. I think this is a very unpleasant move for Jing Yaotin to face. And I
my
think
goodness.
that this is just a
Look the technique also, how he's spinning the bishop in the hand. Let's
experienced
go
player.
back to the full video. we don't want to miss any of the action that is happening on the board.
Well, I mean, there's only really one move here. You can only take with the bishop, nothing else. Taking with the pawn.
Let's see that take with the pawn as well.
Oh, taking with the pawn is kind of
Like
interesting.
bishop f4 maybe.
Yeah, but you deprive the bishop to come back and defend. I think you can still go rook f4, basic. Rook f4 h5.
I was thinking some bishop, queen f6, bishop f4, queen h4.
Yes, but the rook will come to h1 and defend everything. Maybe he will take with the pawn. Maybe this isn't stupid at all, actually. Because after rook f4, can you go h5? Or is that too greedy? Is that too greedy, h5? Rook, because...
Rook g8. Rook g8.
Rook g8?
Yeah, absolutely. Why not?
Wow. Bishop d5. 1-0.
No, it's
Rook
not
h4 is the
bad.
move. You give up all your pawns and you mate the guy. Because that's just mate.
Rook h1.
Queen h3. And then rook h5 or bishop f4 or whatever it is. Some move is going to be made.
Bad position.
Bad to the boat. I mean, wow, f3. Now, if he wins this, we're going to have a new kid on the block, Daniel Christopherich. We're going to call him the Mustache. I'm sure he's going to be okay with that. The Mustache is on fire. No, it's okay. I'm gonna ask him in the break. Hey, can we call you the Mustache? Look, nobody has that mustache in the whole of chess. Do you know anybody who has another mustache like that?
It's fantastic.
Literally the only guy. The curly little, wow.
You
He
like
might
that.
even enter mustache competitions. You know they have them where they do. They have compared like mustaches, style and stuff. It's very interesting. Anyway, we're gonna
But
go
I
for.
love how focused he is. Sorry to
yeah.
I love how focused. Look at basically there's
Yeah.
no distance between these two players.
Yes.
They look like they will just hit each other with their heads.
Exactly.
So much tension on the board.
I love it.
I love that too.
It's absolutely great. And I tell you what else is great. This round, we've got a lot of great games, but we're going to go for another pause because, and if you're asking, well, we've got long days and we need our breaks because we're talking non-stop for hours on end. So we're going to take a little break and we're going to be back in a few minutes, but all the games look like they are really heating up. So don't go anywhere. See you in a
We'll
few
be back
minutes.
soon, guys.
All right.
coming back. This looks so funny, actually. Sorry, coming back from the break. This is Sunway Sitges Festival Round 8. Lawrence, Katie, and Lawrence soft drink here in the studio. Lawrence, we have 3 games down. Top 2 games has ended, and also one game on board 4, board 5
Yes.
has ended. We have to catch up a lot of games.
Yeah,
Let's do that.
a lot of games finished in the past 10 minutes. No big news on the top 2 boards, I'm afraid. 2 draws. The game between Maritzi and Joseph Girel, we saw that this Queen's Gambit Accepted was not really going well for White, and White did find a way to actually kind of hold the balance. If we go back here, it went bishop a3, takes, the knight did come back, good move, rook a1, bishop d7, bishop f3, and the bishop nicely sits on e8 now, out the way, protecting the knight. Rooks are connected, knight to c4, trade, another attempt at a trade, and knight d5, very nice move by Girel. The idea is that if you take, I take back, I'm hitting the knight moves somewhere, and I can now liquidate with d4. And in fact, you've got to be a little bit careful here as White. You've got a few weaknesses on the queen side. You would take black here. So White went king f1 instead, takes, b5, there was a trade. This move, the bishop came to e8, and then there was another trade, and a trade of pawns, and rook d6, and then eventually a repetition. With rooks, totally fine result, and the correct result. The correct result. In chess, often the correct result is not the result. In other words, let's say you're winning and you've been pressing for 6 hours and you make a silly blunder. Well, it's almost like, well, that's a shame that happened and unexpected. But this was totally expected.
Yeah, true. As well as the draw in this game, this is the board 1.
Yep.
And they actually just trade everything so fast.
Yeah, we
And
saw
you
it
put
around
down
here. Yeah, after f6. I said once Moussard doesn't want to go e4, he's not interested in doing anything but make a draw. And they swap the pieces off. It's a minor piece ending, and just after he takes f4, maybe f5 here, I guess is the move. I don't know. It looks like just a total draw. There's nothing you can do. So that is the first 2 boards. So what does that mean? That means that anybody in the next group, so boards 3 all the way down to 8, anybody who wins in that group joins the leaders.
Yeah.
And we do have
a person, Lidi, board 5, beat Tal Aberiga in this brutal game that they have played. Let's check it out, the end of the game.
Yeah, we last saw it after move f3, which is, a desperation move. We saw this great tactic, bishop takes f3, but bishop f5 played by Lidi is absolutely fine. There's nothing wrong with this move at all. Tal played rook c1 and e3. The pawns are coming. You just can't stop these guys racing down the board. Rook e1, rook c8. There was a trade, hit the queen, and then finally the last pawn to d3. You can't do anything, you have to take it, and now the queen takes, and now with this bishop basically completely offside, this bishop doing nothing, the pawn's going to come, the bishop's going to come, and it's just going to be over. And that's pretty much what happened. Actually, he took a pawn.
And that was it. That was enough for Tal here to play. He cannot really do anything.
Yeah.
He cannot stop black's threats here, such as bishop to d3 and bishop to c3, and black is promoting the pawn. And that was actually one of the best games of this round. Knight g5, pawn g5.
Beautiful game.
I love this one.
Beautiful game by Lidi, and what that means is he is now on 6.5 alongside the 4 on the top 2. So there are now 5 players on 6.5. The next question that we're going to see during the next hour or so is: are we going to get anybody who joins them? So let's get straight to yes.
I would suggest to go to the board 4 because we have this crazy position
Amazing
here.
Game. Yeah.
And the development of this game is even more exciting because after f3, this is the last time we saw this white capture with the bishop, and black actually decided to give up the exchange.
Incredible move. Rook takes f3. We were looking at rook f4 with the idea of taking here, but the moustache said no. I'm going to get a lot of heat for that. He needs that name because it really is a fantastic moustache. Rook takes f3 by Daniel Christoforish. What an interesting exchange sacrifice. It's very interesting. You corrupt you completely destroy the.
I love this one.
The king side, and you play rook f8. This is a sort of thing that you see in some French defenses. Some rook takes f3, exchange sacrifice,
Love
and
this
after rook
move.
f8. After rook f8, well, we have this position here. After rook f8, white now here played the move rook to e1. So he's trying to get the rook to e4. Clearly, that's his idea.
You know what I really like in this position after bishop being off the board, light square bishop? You can also play a6 and knight d4, getting this knight also on the king side, attacking on f3. You might get this knight on f5 later on to jump on h4. So many ideas here. And of course, after a6, knight c7, knight d5 is possible. But what is knight really doing on d5?
Correct.
Not much. Beautifully standing there, but nothing. But black's knight doing a great job. And in this position, if black gets f3 pawn and then h pawn, it is more than a compensation for an exchange.
This is a very dangerous position for white. After rook e1, as you said, a6 here, followed by knight d4. You know, let me put it like this: if the pairing was the other way round, and Tin Jingyao was black, and Daniel Christopherich was white, I would be saying this is 0-1. So in other words, I'm a big fan of black's position.
Love black's position here.
If he wins, if Christopherich beats his grandmaster opponent rated exactly 301 points higher, 301.
300.
He 100% has got an IM norm, and he might even have a chance for a GM norm. He might even have. Now, I don't know who he has played because the name doesn't sound familiar. Perhaps you can. I'll have a
check
quick
it out.
look as well. Yeah,
I
who
can
has this guy played? Because it's very interesting.
And we saw for the first time him on the top boards.
Yes,
So let me check that.
have a look for me.
Right, round 8. Here we have. They play board
Board 5. Board 4.
4. Okay.
Daniel
Okay, there we go.
Christopherich.
There we go. Oh wow! This is really nice performance. So first round he drew against 1900, and then he lost in the third round against 2000, and then he won 4 games in a row.
Right, so he's won 4 games in a row. He's beaten an IM, I can see there.
And a FIDE Master too.
And a FIDE
And
Master.
this is his 3rd title play. He needs 2 more title players actually into last rounds.
Well, he's going to get 2 title players, right? Especially if so the GM norm is off the table. That makes sense. But the IM norm is very much alive. I think you need to make is it 2500 or 2450 performance for an IM norm?
I
don't know.
I don't remember. I
think it's
think both is
2500.
possible, but it depends on what is your point. So
Okay.
if your point is lower, then you need higher rating performance.
Yeah, but he's got a very. I mean, his rating performance is 2370, right?
23.
Yeah, if he wins today, he probably gets close to
His
2500.
game, yeah, the game is still on, but he also needs 2 last title players. This is for sure.
Well, he's going to get it. Any win, and he is sure because
Yeah.
he's going to be on leading the tournament, so he will
There's
get.
no any player without titles.
No,
so
he'll
it's
get.
only one.
Yeah, but this.
I got unlucky with that. I got 4 title players
No,
for my
it's-
norm. Like, whenever you're playing for the norm, you
Yeah.
can get so much unluck.
Yes.
Not even enough rating performance, not enough flags. You need 5
Yes.
flags as well, and not enough rated title players.
Yes.
So that's why it is so hard to chase the norms interests. But the position is amazing, and the game is amazing itself. And well, let's see how this continues. We have to go right away on the
Yeah.
board 3 because we have some terms of the events there. Kirill Alisenko and
Yes.
Sava Vetohin.
We last saw it after knight c6. We were saying how in this crazy position there's a pawn on c3, the move queen b3 with dual threats of takes, and the sacrifice on e6 looked very dangerous. Knight c6 not such a big fan of. We did get a trade. The rook came to c1. He took the pawn, So at the moment, white is a pawn down, but the black king is in the middle of the board, and that's where his compensation is. Bishop to f4, hitting the pawn on d6. knight to e5, and that's where we are, or we have some more
We have
moves?
some more moves here in this position after knight e5. We have rook to
a3,
a3,
hitting the queen indirectly.
and then we have
Queen c5.
queen c5 and white went b4.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense, right?
Queen took on b4. And
What?
this is currently the position, yeah. It's actually
What do you
fine
mean?
move. Queen b4.
He wants to then take on e4. Sorry, I thought rook b3 immediately won. I was like, hold on a second. But
Queen
you can
e4
take on
with
e4.
with a series threats of queen g2, queen a4, and queen
Yeah.
f4.
And yeah, so you can't do that.
Yeah.
So instead, what do you do? Rook g3?
Yes.
Rook g3. Wowzers. This is a real... I mean, half of white's pawns have just left the board, but actually, this is very dangerous for black. Because, okay, so my threat is to take on g7, right? This is clear. If you play a move like knight g6, I can now go rook b3, switch back. And the point is that after queen takes e4, now the d6 pawn is available to be taken. So I can take with the bishop or the queen. I don't know which is best. And in fact, because the squares are covered, you then have to go king to f6. And in the worst case here, I go rook f3 check. And most likely you have to give up your queen. I can't imagine you're going to survive after king g5, queen d2 check, king h5, rook h3. Eventually, you're going to end up getting mated, which is not good, and he won't allow that. So knight g6 is not really possible. Now, if you take on e4, which is the move you first consider,
It's possible.
the question is, what do you now do against bishop g5 check? This is the point. The rook now protects g2, and this looks...
I can go king f8.
King f8, I'm going to
queen
take on d6 with check.
And king g8.
Yes, and now you're confident that basically, maybe you are. You're confident that you're not getting mated on the dark squares, because any bishop f6 or bishop h6 that I play, you're gonna...
I have extra 2 pawns on black here. It's
Yeah.
too much of the material.
It's a lot of material. So if I go like bishop f6, you're going to go knight g6.
Knight g6, yeah.
And no attack, right? Basically.
Mm-hmm.
You know what? You know what? Alexyenko's really misplayed this.
Yeah.
He's really handled this quite poorly.
Before was, I think, the mistake here.
And I think that Vitohin has got a real chance here to win. Like
Exactly.
a serious chance.
He just captured queen e4,
Yeah.
this position.
Mm-hmm.
And now if you don't play bishop g5, the bishop is hanging on f4, right? So you have to move this bishop away. And if you move the bishop away, like you say bishop e3 or anywhere, or queen d2, black just plays king f8, king g8. I'm happy to give you this this pawn
This
back,
pawn.
because I have extra 2 more pawns.
Yeah, this is... I mean, it's still comp, right? Because you can feel the compensation is still there, and you feel like somebody like Alexyenko...
Yeah, he will not give up here. He will
No.
still play. But they're like, let's say knight g6 here. How serious is this attack?
I mean, this attack is not very serious at all, right? It's just that this knight just this queen is beautiful as well, controlling some squares. Also, a4's hanging at the moment, so you've got to do something about this bishop. And the bishop doesn't even have a good square. It can come to b3, but it's hitting nothing there.
Exactly.
So the conclusion here is that Vitohin...
Oh, he knows it
look
better now.
Look how he's looking. He's
Oh,
like,
this is so cute photo.
he's like, друг, что это? Что это?
Problems?
Huh?
Problems? Asking
Что это?
questions.
Что это? He's like, what's... If he was Georgian, he would be like, Estraris. And Kirill's like,
Not good, not
now
good.
we need to bluff. Because this is now bluff territory.
It is. That's the
This
poker
is.
face from now
He
on.
does go bishop g5
Bishop
check.
G5.
Yeah, and Vitokin is just going to hide the king, as we've seen.
Can things go ugly if black plays
Yeah, he's not going to
f6?
play f6. Zero chance. Let's put that on the board. Bishop g5 check f6. Because here, I believe you can... I mean, I would be very tempted here to go, I don't know, rook e1, queen goes to d5, and then queen h5 or something. Let's put that on the board. Rook e1, queen d5, and queen h5. And say, okay, if you take my bishop, I take on g5, and it looks like mate in 2. And once I start getting this kind of level of activity, I start to get very optimistic again as white, because this is hanging, this is weak. This is just not how you play. Vitokin is Russian, and Russian players do not play this move. He's going to play it, isn't he? What are the odds of him playing that move?
50%.
Yeah, about 100% maybe. 100%. Yeah, it's not a move you really tend to play here in general.
It's complicates the position.
It's
This is exactly what Kirill wants to have now. Because if Vitokin here goes king f8, king g8,
Yes.
that's going to be safe territory for the king. And you want this king to be in the center. You have pair of bishop, you have this rook left on the g file, and you have more chances after f6 to complicate the position.
No, but he doesn't. But he doesn't want that.
Yeah, it doesn't want
He
that.
doesn't want that. Trust me. 99% king f8 is what I'm saying, and I'm saying 1% f6.
Well, the good thing about having extra material is that you can give it back anytime and have
Yes.
still some advantage. So this is exactly what should be the Vitokin's thinking.
Let's go back to that really interesting game on board 4 between Tin and Christopher Rich, because Christopher Rich had this fantastic exchange sacrifice, rook e1, and he decides to go bishop f4 here immediately, which is interesting. What he wants to do is he wants to go rook f5, rook h5 and take like this. That's pretty what I think he wants to do. Pretty sure that's what he wants. Or he wants to go just maybe queen f6 and take on h4. And still so dangerous.
No way!
What
No
happened?
way! Vitokin went for f6.
Holy moly.
This is Lawrence.
I'm bad at this game, huh? Or I'm good. So this is what I'm going to do.
This is Lawrence curse.
No.
He curses all
The curse is just unbelievable. I mean, I gave this a 1% shot because this is just like rook e1, queen d5, queen h5, and the game is a complete mess. And I gave it a 1%. Okay, I said it's
Look at him, just sitting and chilling, drinking water.
He's
like
happy.
Nothing happened at all.
The reason I gave it a 1% was because I, of course, made a fatal error. Vitokin, he might be Russian, but he's like 10, 15 years old. So he's not the guys that I grew up with. There's no way Karpov plays f6 in this position. No way. Or Korchnoi. No way. They'll put the king on g8, put the knight on g6.
If you play against Korchnoi f6, he might get upset.
Yeah,
Like,
he did.
he would be so
He
disrespected.
did get upset. That
Well, I
is-
know that he got upset against his opponent who was wearing a cap.
Yeah.
And it's like, take off your cap when
Yeah.
you play against me.
Yeah,
He did that to Georgian guy.
I can imagine.
Oh my goodness. Just imagine your opponent telling you, take your
I can
hat off.
absolutely imagine.
Take your
it.
hat off when you play against me.
I can absolutely imagine it. Well, look, f6 has been played. So the reason why I don't like this move is because I can now hit the rook. Hit the queen. He's going to play rook e1, 100%.
Well, absolutely. He's so happy to see that.
I think
but you
he's
know
happy.
what? He has not time. He has not time on the clock. He has to make 13 more moves in 8 minutes.
Plenty of time with increment.
This time, digital time on the clock, on the board,
Yeah.
on the screen is not the accurate.
He has
the
8
accurate
minutes.
is 8 minutes, yeah.
So so rook e1, the queen has to go somewhere. Where do you put the queen?
F5,
Maybe
I guess.
f5 is
Looks very
interesting.
natural move, yeah.
I think you go to f5 here.
Do we go on d5 offering a
Well,
queen
that's what I
try?
said. If you go queen d5, I'm going to go queen h5. But there's, sorry, knight f7. Sorry, if knight f7 works, you have to just, knight f7 is bishop b3. This
Bishop
is,
what?
and this looks just over, basically. This looks just over. So, bishop b3.
Rook e1 on the board. Shall we also check what is happening after queen f5?
Yeah, I think we should, because queen f5 looks more natural to keep the queen closer and not get hit.
Queen h5?
Well,
Then I can take on
I'm not,
g5.
yeah, I'm not sure we can do that now. I think you can go bishop c1. I think this is what will be played with the idea of putting the bishop on a3 and pressurizing here. And you're threatening rook takes g7 check, obviously. So there's a few things to deal with here. If Vertonghen loses, which is still very possible, it's this move that cost him the loss.
f6 is the move, yeah.
It just creates a lot of holes. Okay, rook e1. He's about to move
Wants to
his
play
queen.
with the queen.
Let's have a look. We'll be able to see where he puts it. Okay, back into the think tank. Yeah, he does go to
Queen
f5. And now Kirill will play bishop c1. 100%.
Should I go g5 here? Is not that too crazy?
It's way too crazy. This is a really bad move. Like, just objectively, it's bad, and practically it's really bad. Like, you might even have to just ask what you're doing against f4 immediately here. For example, gf, rook g7 check, knight f7, and now there's all kinds of, I can go
awkward.
bishop here, you have to go rook d8. Bishop c2 maybe looks kind of awkward because there's no check. And then you're suddenly just running into, I don't know, does rook takes e6 check work here? Maybe.
With queen g4 ideas, right?
Bishop
Bishop b3.
Bishop b3. You've got to be a bit careful not to leave this rook hanging.
Maybe bishop b3 right away here.
Bishop b3 immediately. Looks good. Does the move rook takes e6 work? I know I'm a bit
We can make it on the board.
I'm fascinated by
King
it.
takes.
Yeah, queen g4 check.
I have to go with king to
King e7, no?
e7.
Yeah, and there's nothing here. I wanted to sacrifice again. Yeah, it's too much. I think it's too much. But bishop b3 looks very good. Can't go d5. Can't go bishop d5. Looks very tough. Yeah, you can't go g5 in this position.
Then what should do? Or what black should do then?
Well, that's a good question. And that's the issue with this whole position, is that
If you want to play king f7, then why
Yeah.
do play f6 and then king f7? Because you are giving up your d6 pawn
Exactly.
again.
it's very difficult to just allow this. Okay, we'll keep an eye on that game, but I think that basically there's still very good chances there for Alexienko, practical chances.
Let's move just one board ahead and check it out on the boards. For Daniel and Tin, they have made a couple more moves.
Yeah, knight c7 was played by Ting. He obviously wants to get the knight to d5.
Queen e7.
Queen e7, knight
Knight
d5,
d5.
you take, and knight takes f4 and rook takes f4.
Rook e4. Rook f4, rook e4, knight d4 is on the board.
Rook f4, rook e4, knight d4.
Too much changes now.
A lot changes, but
Yeah.
it still looks kind of...
It looks okay, but somehow it favors white to have all these changes of the pieces. There's
Yeah.
less tension now on the king.
Yes, but... Yes. Still difficult. Still tricky. I still don't know who I would rather be here. I think I'd still take black. I think I'd take black here.
Yeah.
Yeah. I still think that there's some issues with f3. I go queen h5. If I play queen h5, you're almost in like some sort of total Zugzwang.
All right, if I take the rook on f4 now.
On f4, queen
Yes,
takes.
queen takes.
Oh, actually, e takes is not stupid at all, but I'm going to go queen takes, which is more natural.
And point being that I can move my queen or king because f3 pawn is hanging. But I can play b4 here.
Yeah,
in this
b4 is very
position.
good. I have to go b6
Takes,
and
takes.
take on with the d
And I have to go a4.
Yeah, you go a4, and here I wonder if I should give the check, force the king back and go queen h5, threatening this. And this is the sort of position that can end in a draw very quickly. You're a bit slow with a4, a5, and even if you get through after you go rook b7, I'm going to go king h6 and g5, and I'm...
Funny blunder here if you play a4, offering queen trade. Knight f3 wins the game.
Exactly. Knight f3 wins the game. Let's see him. My guy. He's my new favorite chess player. This guy is just fantastic. I mean, he really is great. What's his name? Christoph Risch. I need to learn how to...
Christopher Rich.
Yeah, I actually need to know how to...
Christopher Rich.
Yeah, I need to know how to pronounce that name. It's crazy that I don't know how to pronounce that name, actually. Christoph Risch, I'm just looking at a bit about him. 2287. He's won 4 in a row, which is amazing for a start. I mean, this really is amazing. And, yeah, I mean, if he wins today, is he going to win now? He's not going to win, right? Basically.
Well, it really depends, right? One small blunder here from white. If black gets one pawn, that's going to be very difficult to guard.
Yes.
Oh, we have a move there. White
Yes, which one?
Queen to c1
Queen
instead
to c1?
of rook f4.
Queen to c1? Where are we? All the way back here?
Yeah, after knight to knight d4. Here,
Queen to c1?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
No. This move is not... Really? I mean, maybe, but it looks very... So you're giving up on f3. So I can take...
You can't take. If you take, I take.
Oh, you take
rook
on f4.
Yeah.
And it's not...
We have to calculate then.
I have to go queen g5 check first. Get out the way. King moves, and now I take. And what you're saying is you want to take... Now, obviously, you can never take with the queen.
Yeah, I have to.
So I have to take with the pawn. And White is saying that this transition is actually good for him. For example, after a move like queen f1, putting the queen on g2. And do you know what? I absolutely love it. I absolutely love what he's done here. Because he actually gives himself winning chances again. Because even though it looks still dangerous, when you put the queen on g2, there's some issues with the b7 pawn.
How about 95 here?
95? And if I go like check, I can even come check and play rook g1. No, this is very bad. Okay, I'm calling it 1-0. Brilliant move for practical chances. Queen c1, double exclamation mark. It's a double exclamation mark, this move, queen c1. I'm telling you now, that's one of the best moves that he's played today. This is brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Absolutely stunning move. Just brilliant.
So let's say queen g5 here.
Yeah, queen
King goes then h1.
Yeah.
And shall we repeat the position?
I don't think you can.
Queen to...
Yeah, but after queen to h4, I'm not going to go king g2.
I was thinking of queen h5, actually.
Queen h5. Okay, but I take now and then I take. It doesn't work. I can take twice. This doesn't work. I take. And now you're really losing.
Yeah, I'm not. Yeah.
Yeah, you're not threatening anything.
Yeah.
This is very bad. So, brilliant. Queen c1. I'm saying 1-0 there. He's going to find a way to win now. Trust me. That's what GMs do against 2250s from that position. But he had to find that. And it's unfortunate for Christopher Rich because he had rook f4 earlier. He didn't have to sack the exchange.
He played a good game.
Oh, he's played a great game. But I'm saying, and look how comfortable Jing Yaotin looks here. He looks very, very comfortable.
Yeah, Black traded a lot of pieces here. He needed the bishop to have on a 4. He needed, like when you sacrifice an exchange, you need the rest of the pieces to be alive on the board.
Indeed. Let's look at Aloma Vidal. We haven't even looked at his games today. He always has crazy games. I mean, what is this position we've got here against Gavrilisco? Look at the state of this. This is just absolute mayhem. Who's better? Who's worse? Any ideas?
No idea. G takes f4 is on the board.
Just random. G takes f4. Totally random. Rook takes f4, I guess, is the idea. It's similar to the game.
Yeah, rook h4.
Yeah.
Yes, queen h5.
I mean, I take black here all day if I can keep the bishop on e5.
Can I play 95 here?
Yes. Good move. Forcing some trades. And in fact, if I have to take here, I take it all back and I prefer white. Because because now all the pieces have disappeared and my king is weak. So Robert Aloma. I think it's actually Aloma, believe it or not. I think the accent is on the A.
You're the expert in Spanish.
I don't know. I don't know anything. I don't know anything at all. Okay. What about this game? Whew. What about game number 8? No, what are we? 7? Zhangji Liu against Jagadi. Oh, look, 2 guys from the same country here again. Singapore. All these great Singapore players have come to Sitges. What is going on here? Opposite color bishop position, d takes c4. Looks slightly better for white with the rook on the 7th, but probably the sort of position that with best play black holds. But definitely take white here.
We do have a lot of moves actually. This is move 22, and after that, d takes c4. We have queen c5.
Yeah.
Bishop e6.
Yeah.
Rook takes the pawn on c7. Rook takes rook. Queen takes rook. Queen to h5.
Yep.
Bishop e3. Queen to f5.
Yep.
a4. a5. Queen b7 attacking.
So
a4, a5.
Oh, a4, a5. Yeah.
Queen b3, 7 attacking the rook.
Yeah.
Rook d8.
Yeah.
Queen e7. Rook b8. Queen c7.
Oh, there might be a repetition here. Nah, never.
If you play rook a8, if you don't want to give up your a5 pawn, it's a repetition.
But he doesn't care, right? Because he's got some...
I would care here.
Wait, hold on a second.
Maybe I can play rook b1. Look at this. Rook b1. No, here I'm not playing rook a8.
No, sorry. Oh, you want to play rook b1 here?
Rook b1, queen takes a5,
Yeah.
and rook a1 with queen b1 ideas.
Oh, I like that. And you're... Feels like black is active enough here. Yes, he's 2 pawns down, but he's very, very active. And this feels...
And if you play queen b5 now to control b1, then I will play queen to c2 attacking the pawn, and I want to play queen d1.
Comp hates it, but that's probably because
the engine hates this one.
He gets round the back here, and you might just lose.
Okay.
G6, F5, and... Okay.
Rook b1 on the board.
Rook b1 on the board. Let's see what happens there. We can see them in the shot. We've got Jagadish, who's a grandmaster, Siddharth, and Zhangji Liu, who's an international master. Both.
White has 1 minute on the clock.
Yeah.
That's not much of a time, and it's quite tricky position.
Indeed.
But you have to take the pawn on a5. This is the move you have to do, either with a check on d8 or without. I would go without check, because you always want to keep the check opportunities. He's
Sure.
checking the moves. You have to do 10 more moves, so better to hurry up here if you have 1 minute on the clock. The digital clock that you guys can see on the screen is a little bit behind. Right now, White has a minute on the clock.
Yep, indeed. Very, very, very tough position to play, actually. Very tough for both colors. Let's...
We should go
Yeah,
back
to who?
to
Kirill?
second, third, and fourth board.
All right,
Yeah.
let's have a look. Kirill. We last saw it after rook e1, queen f5, bishop c1 was played, as expected. And now what did the young Grandmaster Vitochin do here?
He went bishop a3.
No, after
Sorry,
bishop
yeah.
c1. G6.
G6.
Yeah, I don't like any of this. Creating all these weaknesses, I don't like it.
This is how the young people are playing, Lawrence.
But
D6, E6, F6, G6.
bishop a3,
Bishop a3, bishop d5,
d5.
queen to d2, king f7.
Wow.
Now he gives up the pawn on d6.
But then there's a knight c4.
It is, yeah. Bishop d6 is on
He
the
played
board.
it.
And knight c4 is also on the board.
And he's going to go queen h6. This is the only... Yep, there you go. Queen landing on h6. Now his idea is queen 6, h7 check.
Let's see very quickly what happens if queen knight takes on d6.
Yeah, so check. King moves and rook takes pawn. And all of a sudden you're just getting checkmated. You'd have to
After
give up the
e5?
queen. Sorry?
e5.
Yeah, you're still getting checkmated somehow. I mean, queen g7, rook h6.
I'll play rook g7.
Oh, that's just mate, actually.
Oh,
Sorry.
yeah. Oh, it's a mate in one.
It's just mate. Yeah, you can't do that. So after queen h6, you absolutely have to...
King g8 or rook to h8. Those are two moves you have to play.
No.
G5.
You can play... Firstly, g5 does exist here. That is a move. G5
Now
does...
you like g5.
Well, only because I'm protecting the pawn, but I don't even like it. I tell you the move he's going to play, okay? The move he's going to play is queen h5. 100%.
I don't
This is
like
the
that move.
You don't like that move.
I don't like that move.
Why?
I
It's
like
a great move.
king to g8 more.
No. This move is being played 100%. Queen h5. You know, like my other 100% from earlier when he played f6 and I said...
He
there
played queen h5. Yeah, I think he did that.
Yeah, queen h5 is the move here. Let me explain why queen h5 is the move. Queen h5 is the move here because you force the trade of queens.
Yeah,
You
it's very
can't.
natural move.
Yeah, you can't keep the bit because queen f4 now runs into g5 and you do actually lose a piece. You can't hold the piece here and you just can't continue. So after queen h5, you're forced to take, and after takes, let's just look at this position. Black is 2 pawns up. Black is hitting the bishop on d6. Black now has got the g file he can work with.
Yeah, I don't hate this move after
This
all.
is a great move. It's almost zero risk for black. And suddenly, I would even say in this position here that I would actually say here that black has got serious winning chances. Very serious winning chances. Sava Vitochin could cause a major upset. Yeah, so queen 6, h5. And he's like, okay. He's like very relaxed. He's like,
Super
now
relaxed.
he's like, what are you going to do now, Kirill? You've got no queen and no attack. Very bad for Kirill. Look at that stare.
him.
No, it's not the hair. It's the stare.
Sava Vitochin,
It's the
grandmaster,
stare.
15 years old. He became a grandmaster when he was only 13 years old. Big
Crazy.
talent.
Huge
Playing
talent.
really nicely. We have seen some of the best games of Sava and good preparation as well. He might be having more points at this tournament, if not that one ugly game that he lost at the very, very beginning of in the opening phase. But after that, he somehow put himself together, and look at him now, facing Kirill Alesenko on the board 3. If he wins this game,
Yes.
he will join the rest of the guys.
He really will.
And share first place.
He really will. So I'm very curious what will happen because he's very confident. Like this is that's what they say, right? Confident youth. Confident youth. Okay, bishop f4 has been played. Now in this position here, you've got all kinds of moves.
But like also like he knows he's winning, and he's somehow like, look how much he's moving.
He just thinks he's totally winning here. That's my impression.
Yeah.
So he's going to do this. He's either going to go a5, he's going to go h4. I like h4 here. h4 is the most natural move.
I love that too.
h4, and then you displace the rook. If rook h3, you go rook g8.
Yeah. If it's rook g4, rook g8.
And if
Again.
rook g4, rook g8, exactly. Yeah, and you get to trade off a pair of rooks. You force white into playing a horrible move like g3. Now the
And I
king is
play
weak.
h3 here, I guess.
And you can go h3. You can do anything. You can play, I don't know, a5. You can. It's bad. It's really bad. And Savatokin knows. What's a real shame is that actually Kirill had some fantastic preparation.
Oh, we should remember this knight b5 sacrifice.
We'll have a
that
look
he
at it
played.
later. It's kind of almost game of the day today. The D-League game. I mean, there've been a lot of really good games so far today.
Let's move to the next board 4. We do have some updates there.
Yes,
In that
okay.
position after queen to c1. Black went for some changes after that move. So here we had queen g5 check,
Yeah.
king h1,
Yeah.
knight takes f3. That's what we suggested.
This
And
is
after rook takes f4, pawn takes f4,
Yes.
queen to f1,
Yep.
and queen to f5. That's a brilliant move. If we place queen somewhere now,
Yeah.
d3 pawn falls, and you
Yes.
want to play g5, g4 next move. Rook d1 and
Okay.
oh no, he didn't play g5. I
Yeah.
thought he would play g5, but instead he goes with queen to h5 with a sneaky, tricky ideas. If you play queen to g2, you're gonna blunder h2 pawn.
No, you don't.
Oh no, you don't. Oh,
'Cause it's a
oh,
pin.
Oh, sorry. Take
In
that
fact,
back.
I think he will play queen g2.
Knight h4.
Knight h4, I
is a
take on b7,
blunder.
check.
Queen h.
King h6, rook g1, and knight back to f3.
Rook g2.
Rook g2, knight h4, and we have some sort of repetition, which is
Okay.
absolutely insane, but actually very likely if we get here. But are we going to get
Oh,
here?
we have a smart move here. After queen to h5,
Yes.
let's go there. Queen to h5. Move 33. Queen h5.
Yeah.
Here, queen g2,
Yeah.
and black made this smart move. I love this move.
King
to
h6.
h6.
Yeah, this is a very nice move.
I love that.
This is a gorgeous move, actually, because he's avoiding all these checks. So now I'm kind of thinking he might draw, but now white has got the move h3. Really love this move. The idea is that after knight h4, I now have a new square for the queen to appear on queen g4. And once we get a position like this, I feel like you're not going to hold with black if you have to trade queens.
So h3 is the move, yeah?
h3 is definitely a move.
I would play rook somewhere in this position, and probably I would lose the game. Yeah. You have to play h3, there's no other
Yeah.
move.
Yeah, it just looks bad. Looks really bad. I don't know what to do here against this move.
95.
Knight e5. That is the way, actually. Yes,
I like that too.
that is the move.
You're tucking the rook.
Yes.
You keep
He's
the
going to
eye
go rook
on-
g1 here. That's what you would play in this position.
Shall we?
You can take on d3
Yeah,
though.
Can we take it?
Maybe, just maybe, it's not the end of the world here. Very
Kind of like
interesting.
black's position now
Do you?
after take on d3.
Yeah. Yes.
Right, the things are heating up on all these boards. Let's take the break right now, short break, and by the time we're back, we're gonna have the last moments of these games on
Correct.
top board games. You guys, you don't want to miss any of this section of the round 8 of Sunway Sitges Festival. We will be back shortly.
See you soon.
coming back from the break, and you guys, this might be the last part of today on the top boards, as we have some of the game already down and some game in progress, but they are very close actually.
Yes.
Shall we take a look at the board 4 immediately? Because that's the one we were talking about, and we have some updates there.
Yeah, we last saw it around here, Queen G2, King H6 and H3 just before the break. I thought this was a great move, setting up some potential Queen G4s. Black played the move Knight E5 and Rook D2. This move here, Rook D2, is a little strange to me. He's obviously, the rook is attacked, so he has to do something and he wants to defend the pawn. Black now played G5, which looks very natural. B3, I like this move because sometimes you're threatening D4, trying to get the rook active. But G4, just moving the pawns down the board. White played D4 anyway, and knight to F3. And this is the position we've got, attacking the rook. The rook will have to come back to D1, I guess. But now you can play...
Rook went to E2.
Oh, rook goes to E2.
Just giving up the pawn on D4. Knight takes on D4, attacking the rook.
Yeah.
Rook goes on E7.
Yes.
And we have move G3 on the
Holy
board.
cow. And look at this. The mustache is cooking. Maybe he's going to kill me after today. Daniel, if you listen to this broadcast...
We apologize.
We apologize. I'm just literally in awe of your mustache. I love it. I actually love it. And I love your position, because after f takes g3, you can go check. And you can't go king h2 because you lose.
Oh, beautiful.
So you have to go queen g1, and now I have a draw. Queen f3 check, queen g2. And what's really important is you would love to go king h2, but after takes, I can now take, because there is a knight fork, a brutal knight fork at the end of that line. Brutal. So actually, after g3, which is on the board, we have reached move 40 here, which is great news for Daniel, because it means that he is actually going to make a draw here. There's nothing to do. He plays rook e1, right?
Rook e1. Tin Jiao wants to win this game. He's trying his best, but there is a risk that he will lose this game if you try too much, right?
If you really try too hard, there's a possibility. I really like this move,
Like
though.
if I take now on f2, you can't take it back as queen h3.
Correct.
And there's again this fork with a knight. Sneaky knight gets on f3 and wins the game. So after taking on f2, you have to move your rook. Shall we do something like knight f5, knight g3 is one way. If I play f3 here, how are you going to break this position?
No, well, you're threatening to take on and if you go queen g3, now you go knight f5, and the point is you can't hold h3, and you can't go queen g4 because I take knight g3 check. You have to give a check.
Okay.
And now king somewhere. I might then take on f2. I have rook h2 or queen h2. It's very complicated.
Can we trade the queens here? How bad this endgame can be? Yeah, takes rook f2, and we play king f4.
I think this looks great for black. I think your king is so active.
If I have my pawn on f2.
No. This is very dangerous. The knight's covering h4.
Yeah.
This is very, very dangerous for white. I don't know if that's going to happen, because I think a lot can. Basically, I think it's a position where a lot can happen, if you know what I mean. It's like...
A lot can happen for both sides.
Yeah, like I think there are lots of moves on each move.
Yeah.
There's not a forced way. So I think Jing Yao Tin is still planning to try and win this game.
To trick his opponent, right?
Yeah. And he still thinks I'm 300 points rated. This guy will make a mistake at some point. That's how you think when you play against lower rated players. But what about the Vitokin game? Because this was getting extremely interesting. So we last saw it after bishop f4, e5, bishop c1. He did play rook g8, rook d1. The knight came back to b6, bishop c2, h4, of course, takes, and g3.
Pawn takes g3, pawn f takes g3. And then we have rook to c8, bishop takes the pawn on h7.
Wow, he gave that pawn.
Bishop b3.
Yeah.
And this is currently the position.
I'm kind of shocked. Is there no way to save this pawn? Why can't I go h5 here?
Bishop e3.
Bishop e3.
Attacking the knight and the bishop on d5.
Yeah, I've got knight c4 here.
Yeah.
I've got knight c4 here, just saving myself. But you're right, this is it's one of those ones, right, where, yeah, just by some tactics.
You know what? After rook h8 and bishop h7, now it is white to move, right? So you cannot leave the first rank.
You're
going to
go
rook e1.
Rook
or
e1
f1.
is the move.
Yes.
Well, rook f1 actually makes sense because you are attacking f6, but it feels more natural to go rook e1.
Shall we do something like a5 here, a5, a4?
a5, a4, I would play this move, potentially, as black.
To trade to get off the pair of bishop. This pair of bishop is huge advantage for white. I love that move.
Why not get the pair of bishops off?
And now, after taking this bishop, look at the position. Bishop on c1 it doesn't look good anymore.
Well, no,
it's alone now.
It's alone, but it's doing a job. It's doing something. But look, you're a pawn.
Look on the second rank.
You're a pawn up.
Knight c4, a5, a4, a3. How do you stop me playing that? Or knight d5.
Or knight d5 in the center. You can, just in case white starts to do something on the king side.
I love this position.
I'm sure this is what he's going to go for. Like, sure of it. I said that last time. Actually, I've got no idea. And in fact, rook f1 was played. Rook f1 was played. So
makes a lot of sense because you want to look for f6 pawn.
He's still going to do it. He's going to do the same thing. Here's my prediction, and my predictions have been terrible today.
No, today has been all accurate. Like I think 100%.
Really?
Yeah.
Really?
You predicted draws on the first two boards.
Okay.
You might fail on this board.
I really
predicted.
I predicted the results. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's the moves.
But it started nicely with knight b5.
Yes.
I thought that it was win for white. You're doing better. You're doing better.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Thanks for that. I mean, look. This is look. He's thinking. What a spot I've got here as black. I wonder if he's nervous. I wonder if all this looking is nerves. I'm very curious about this young. He fascinates me. Yeah. This kid, he fascinates me.
You know what is very interesting?
There's a youthful arrogance. Yeah, but I mean that in a nice way. Just I'm playing. Yeah, I'm sure I'm playing Alexienko. He played in the candidates.
The way how innocent he looks.
It's an innocent arrogance, if I can put it like that. Like it's not malicious. It's youthful. It's beautiful. It's fearlessness. It's what we all used to have when we were 15. Exactly. We didn't care. We didn't care about anything.
We were not afraid of anything.
Anything. I love it. It's absolutely brilliant.
I have won so many games with 2 pawns down or a piece down just because I was young and I couldn't evaluate the position properly.
Yeah.
I thought I was winning in a completely losing position.
Crazy. Let's go to the game of Aloma. Let's just go to the positional move 40 because a lot has happened. We've not followed it. What is going on here? Gavrilescu with black, Aloma with white. Material, black is a pawn up, but black king, actually the white king is also very open. No idea about literally no idea what is going on here. Is black better? Is white better? Is it equal? Is it
it's extra pawn for
Ketty, I have no idea. What is your opinion on this position? Who would you rather take here?
Oh, so complicated, really. Like when you see this position for the first time, it's so hard to choose the sides. But these players have put so much nerves and the thoughts in this game. They know much better than we do.
Yes.
What we see now with the help of the engine, this is equal, but equal because of the engine can spot the correct moves from both sides. But it can go wrong. For
both sides.
By any mistake. Look at this pawn structure.
Yeah.
It is so broke from both sides. And we have also heavy pieces on the board, weak kings.
Yeah.
And knight versus the bishop, which it can get anything, right? The knight and the queen together can be so strong duo, but the bishop is also strong itself, like bishop c1. Now the threat of queen to h6 checkmate, some sort of move. There is a big hole on g2 as well, so it is very complicated position to me. I don't want to choose any side here, to be honest.
No, I don't know. It's a really tough one. Really tough to say. I just don't know what's going on there, to be honest.
I see some brilliant move on move 36, rook to d5. Shall we take a look? What was that?
Oh, wow. Let's have a look at that. So knight 65, he gave up the exchange. So white was pressurizing on f6. Makes sense. And he gave back the exchange here. Big move. Big move, just to relieve the pressure on his position. Then this move, queen f5, apparently was a mistake.
Shall we take a look from move 30, let's say, because white sacrificed exchange?
White sacrificed an exchange, and then...
Was it?
I think there's just so much to cover here, and we haven't covered it, that I think we should just go to the position. Bishop c1 played, move 41. Bishop c1.
Yeah.
Love this move. He's threatening to come in here. You can't play rook g6 because the knight's hanging. If you play queen g6, I take the pawn. So how do you stop mate? Actually, how do you stop mate?
Queen g6.
But now I win
mate, and I want queen g2 mate.
No, but now I take your pawn. I take the pawn, the dangerous pawn.
Yeah.
And now you would... this is just... You would take white, because now you're threatening queen takes b7.
Yeah. Rook
G7
g7 is another thing.
Yeah, rook g7 makes sense. And now I would play a move like bishop f4 to try and cut this knight out the game.
Maybe bishop g3 somewhere.
Sometimes,
to make sure the king is safer.
If I can go bishop g3, maybe even h4, just to block everything down here.
Yeah.
This looks... I mean...
Oof. Still game on.
No, this is still this is anybody's game.
Is there any other move rather than queen g6?
I don't think so.
C1.
How do you stop mate? No.
Oh, there is funny line.
What?
Like if
he plays rook g6, I'm going home.
Queen. If rook leaves the first rank, then I have a checkmate.
It's actually calculatable. Queen takes e8 and queen h3 is your idea.
Yeah.
And if rook e7 check, rook g7.
And it's equal.
And apparently, you can't do anything here as white except to give perpetual checks.
Yeah.
Which is actually
There's also
easy.
queen f1 checkmate.
And there's a queen f1 checkmate. Yeah. So rook g6 could happen because he doesn't want to give up the pawn. But rook g6 is an immediate draw. And actually, that's quite easy to calculate with 30 minutes on your clock. He needs like 5 minutes to calculate that. I think that's going to end in a draw. That's my opinion about that game. I think that will just end in a draw.
Yeah.
We looked at Orimi against Upadhyaya a little earlier. They've also reached move 40. Position is like this after move 40 again. They're not giving us an easy job today. Nothing is easy. Not one single game is I can just look at it and be confident. Don't know. Probably take white because black's king is a bit weaker, his pawn is weaker, but I couldn't say. We'll keep an eye on it. Oops, sorry. We'll keep an eye on it. Let's go back to this one.
We have to go back, yeah, because we have some moves here.
Okay.
So bishop c2 has happened.
He did play bishop c2. So it was
bishop b3, king f1, and
rook
bishop
f1.
c2.
Yes.
And now white goes with bishop to e3.
Bishop e3.
Yeah.
Yeah, of course, if he gets the opposite color bishop ending, he's
happy.
He's kind of happy because he'll make a draw, probably. But my question is, what happens after knight d5?
To knight e5, I have to take the bishop on c2. I don't have another option.
Yeah, and if there's knight takes e3, there's a check on b3.
b3, yeah.
The question Black has to ask himself here is, which bishop does he want to take?
That's actually... Okay, to take on c2, we have seen that position already. Can we take it on e3? And after bishop b3, to play something like king e7, let's say.
Mm-hmm.
Rook goes on
Rook goes
a1.
to a1, yeah. No, you don't do this as black.
The pieces are
Yes.
not coordinating, so you have to take on.
You take on c2, yeah. You take on c2. The knight is covering the pawn, which is very useful because bishop g5 is no threat. And you've got the rook on the second. This has to be the correct move. Bishop g5, king g6. In fact, the bishop doesn't... Bishop might even have to go to... Where do you put the bishop here?
Quite limited, yeah?
Yeah, c1 is ugly. a7, I don't know, a7 or something?
I'll go here.
You want to go...
I'll go here. I was thinking to go with
It's not like...
e4.
Yeah,
But then
E4,
rook,
but then
rook a1.
Yeah, rook a1 and the square on d4. I don't really know the best way to go here as black. Like, I haven't got a good feel. I haven't got a good feel for this position at all.
For black?
No, yeah. It's the sort of position I would ruin. Who would play this position well?
Carlsen.
Magnus?
Magnus.
Magnus would play this position well, yeah. He would.
I think any top guy will play this one. Well,
Yeah.
Fabi would.
Fabi?
Hikaru would kill it.
Hikaru would kill it.
Yeah.
He does go knight d5, so we might get this. We might actually get this. Kirill hating life, right? Anytime he's been near the top boards, he's had a disaster. Song and now this game, where if he makes a draw, it's a miracle.
Yeah, it is a miracle. Well, the thing is that if you play rook c7 now to chase the bishop, there's this
Yeah.
bishop b8, and I want to take on e5 because of.
Oh
the
wow.
queen.
Okay, yeah, that's cute. Yeah, so he doesn't go rook c7 here, obviously. I don't know, because white's also going to start going with his but he can't easily. I think maybe king g6, because if you allow me to... Oh, there's a rook d1, that's annoying, but...
You know what I would do here in this
King
position?
e6. No.
I would play king e6.
Uh-huh.
You play rook e1, right?
Rook a1?
I would just go with...
King f5?
No, I want to keep the
No?
pawn. I would go knight b4. So point being that you can play bishop c5,
If I
you
go
can play
rook
that,
a4?
and I would just go rook c4.
But you're pinned now. It's a bit weird. I have got bishop c5 here. The rook and pawn ending I don't love, but it might actually hold. This rook and pawn might be a draw, you know. Because my h-pawn is actually very quick and a good distractor.
Yeah.
This might be a draw, this
Might be a
rook and
draw, I
pawn,
agree with
yeah.
that.
I don't like any of this. Knight c3. With the idea of rook a1, rook a2. That's more like it. And you can't go rook c1 because of knight e2 check. That's the way. That's the source.
How did you do that?
Is to go knight c3. That's the move. That's the restrictor.
And after rook a1?
And after rook a1, you go rook a2. And you can't go rook c1 because of knight
knight
e2
e2.
check.
Lovely. And you just rook e1 has to be played, and then a5.
Yeah, rook e1 now I
A5,
can start
A4.
moving, and I'm starting to roll, and I get that pawn fast down the board, very fast. Let's have a look. He went rook takes c2, pretty sure. I think Kirill will play.
Rook c2 is.
I think if he finds knight c3, I think it's over. I think it's over if he finds knight c3. For Tohin, the youngster, my goodness, 15 years old. That would be something, huh?
That might be something. And talking about youngsters, we have some guests coming in the studio.
Yes.
And I would like to hear from them their opinion about these top two games. So we're going to
Amazing.
take a technical break
Yes.
right now, and we'll be back with guests, and you guys gonna figure it out very soon who are our guests.
See you soon.
coming back to the live with very special guests in the studio, siblings, Zayn and Parisa. Guys, thank you so much for coming here and being my co-hosts. So tell me, how do you feel today? What happened in your own games? Let's start with you.
I won my game and I feel really happy because he was a lot higher rated than me. And my mum said, because it was on a live board, that I played every computer move, so I'm happy that I did that.
I've heard that actually your opponent asked to make a photo with you because you're going to be a big chess star in the future. Is that true?
Yeah, he came up to me in the bar and he was just like, can I have a photo with you for my chess club? I'm glad that I gave my FIDE points to someone good.
Wow, that is amazing. And you know what, guys? Some years ago, here we had at this event Gukash, and this year he actually won the World Championship title. So you never know who we have here in the studio. We will say that. But thank you so much for this bracelet that you gave me, and we're gonna have you see, these bracelets. And Zayn, you're 14 years old.
Yes.
Tell me about your today's game and just in general your tournament.
Well, I think the tournament it's quite good at the moment because yesterday, it turns out I've played 32300s without titles. This is crazy. But yesterday I had a win against a 2351 with no title.
Wait, you won against... Wow.
Yeah, but I mean, I think I was a bit lucky.
That's
huge.
huge.
I put on the time pressure. Today I lost against Tajikistan. Actually, I'm not sure how to pronounce the country, but some 2300 FM from there. I lost today, but I think I made a blunder. Some opposite color bishop ending. I thought would maybe draw, but he sacked a piece for 3 pawns and it was lost. I mean.
That's interesting game. That's interesting game. I saw you guys here like having a really good time. We talked earlier 2 days ago that you like to go to swimming pool and you have your friends. And I noticed you were playing some football. Or like table football?
I played that at night, like way after the game till really stupidly late, but not before the game. Like I usually
you enjoy here, right?
I usually sleep stupidly late and then sleep and wake up for the game.
Okay.
So I like to do things after the game. In this tournament, I come here 3 years and that's how it works.
Okay, that's so good.
Yeah.
Do you have a fun time here?
Yeah, it's quite
love
good.
it.
Yeah.
Okay, here is a top question before we go to the games. Every chess tournament, you get some experience, right? What is the experience you're gonna take from this tournament and will use in the future for your events? Let's start from you. You know the answer. Let me think. I know that you have a good time here, that I know.
Yeah.
Maybe you want to...
I think, I wasn't like before this tournament. It's given me more experience in the middle game because I wasn't that good at my middle game, so I kept doing puzzles. And then in this tournament, I'm just suddenly winning in the middle game.
Okay. So what about you?
Well, there's this grandmaster we know who's like really close to me for years called Damien Lemos, and he played his first tournament for a lot of years in the summer, and I was at the tournament, and in round 1 he had a really nice game in an opening that like we've been studying in a particular system, and I quite liked it. And yesterday, it was in that system for like 15 moves. I was basically following the same thing he did, so it was kind of like the first time I tried the exact.
Oh my goodness!
I'm gonna you do that some more because I mean that's one of the best results I've had. So
that's fantastic.
I quite like this line. So
yeah, that's fantastic actually. The thing that when I look at the games when I'm doing commentary, sometimes I play the same lines and I'm winning the same way as the players. So it is so nice to follow the games of the grandmasters and all these type of players. So can we go to the games now and pull up the chessboard and take a look what is happening on the board 4? Because I really need, guys, your expertise here because it's so complicated position. So this is the board 4. Crazy game, and we have f takes g3 and black went f3 in this position. So queen h2 is must to play here, not to drop the pawn on h3, and queen to e5.
Wait.
Threatening on g3. Queen to f2,
Okay.
knight g3. King goes on g1,
Yeah.
knight e2, and king to h1.
Oh no, it's gonna end.
Do you think it's going to end in a draw?
Well, I mean, at first glance, I'm not sure why white is not playing king f1. Okay, knight g3, king g1, knight e2, king f1. Knight goes back to g3, so if
Yeah.
black wants a repetition, then it's going to happen. Rook to c2 is definitely losing. I mean, I guess you have to escape some checks, but I think there's no way white's going to win that, so I didn't see why you play anything
Yeah.
like that. So I guess, I think looking at the ratings, black is going to be quite happy with the draw anyway. So,
Yeah.
I mean, draw with black against this guy is definitely
Grandmaster,
good.
yeah.
So I wouldn't be surprised if this repetition we see on the board. I'm not sure how close we are to move. I guess it's past move 40.
It is move 46
Yeah. Okay, so
already.
in that case, I guess that maybe, I'm not sure. I think it should be a repetition. I mean, the computer says it's a draw. I mean, I think
Yeah.
black will be happy with it, and white can't really do much about it. So.
Yeah, if I don't want to take a draw, if I'm a very ambitious person here, and I play some like move like queen to f4 or queen to e4. Let's say queen e4.
Queen to f4, I think maybe lose a piece.
Rook e2, yeah.
Yeah.
Let's go queen to e4. We can actually make it on the board.
Yeah, sure. Okay.
Yeah.
Queen e4 for black. Okay. So this already we're cheating.
Apparently white's winning.
Yeah, white is winning. Rook f1, I would guess, is the reason. We can check that. Yeah. And if black plays knight d4, we can, let's see. I guess that black really has no way to make progress. Like, I mean, this knight's nice, but, you know, what happens next? Maybe even rook g1 for like something like this.
Yeah.
Obviously, I have to be careful of f2 is coming in some lines. But yeah, I mean, I think the moment black tries to play something like knight f5, we play queen takes f3, and then knight g3 check, move the king, and then e4's hanging. So we.
But black's got like an extra pawn on d6.
Black doesn't like to pawn d6, but I think this. I mean, pawn on d6 in a long time is not really scary for white. I think. I mean, especially if pieces come off, and I think black's main focus is attack on this king at the moment, and I think it's kind of failed. So I think this is white should be happy if this happens.
If the game continues, right?
Yeah, exactly. So, but maybe queen e4 is not the best, but perhaps I don't know. Maybe we could see how this happened.
Yeah, let's go a little bit back.
So maybe black saw the repetition, and that's the only reason went for this knight e2, which apparently this whole thing is just equal. And queen f2, I guess queen takes h3 is just decisive. Knight takes g3, and then that's actually a nice line. I think I see a line. So queen f2, queen takes h3 check, queen h2, knight takes g3, and then we trade queens, and h2 is winning, I guess.
Oh,
f2
and f2.
There we go. This game. Right.
Oh my goodness, that's
Hey, look at the bar.
So
You guys, can I show you even fancier line?
Oh, yeah.
In that queen h. Wait, how we did that?
Queen
Queen
h2 did
f2,
happen.
right?
Yeah,
We
it
did.
happened.
No, in queen f2 line.
Sorry. Okay.
Queen f2.
Yeah.
Queen takes h3.
Yeah. King g1, right? Or is it
King
legal?
goes there.
We have to play queen h2 here.
Wait, I wanted to show something. Knight g3. Queen h2, knight
Knight
g3.
g3, yeah.
King g1 and f2.
f2.
If you take with the
you're
queen
right.
as a checkmate.
Sorry, yeah, that's much better.
If you take with the king, you win the
h1.
queen.
Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, that's
So interesting, right?
Play thought of wins for black.
Yeah,
Let's not do that.
Yeah.
So yeah. So this is, I guess, what black had in mind the whole way. And well, I think this one will be a draw. I think can refresh this. But
Yeah.
I'm not sure.
So they're thinking, and we can actually go to the board 3. There is another
yeah.
very interesting game.
Yeah, I think black's definitely got the favourite in this one. Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's got
I
two
mean,
passed pawns.
Yeah, this A pawn I think is going to be pushed all the way as far as it can get. And obviously knight e2 is on the cards. So rook c1 is never possible. And
Guys, we have some
Yeah.
moves here. Let me tell you what actually happens.
sorry.
So we have to go back. If you can click the game there on the top.
Yeah,
Like the game on the very, very, very top. There.
This?
On the top.
sorry. Okay.
Okay, and push
I like
press
this
there,
one,
yeah, h4. After h4, black went a5,
Yeah,
h5,
H5, H4, I guess.
knight to c3.
Oh, that's accurate, I guess. This
Yeah,
is
it's a
fine.
beautiful move. Then we had bishop e1,
Oh, 92,
knight to check.
question mark. Okay.
And this is the position what we have here.
Oh, wow. This looks... Well, knight f4. And then, let's say, like, I don't know, anywhere black will play knight f4.
Yeah. And to win
King
the pawn
H1 is the
h5.
Yeah, actually, h5 is dropping. What is this?
What happens after king h1? You mentioned
Yeah,
this.
king
huh?
h1 is the best, I think.
Ah,
because if
king
you go
H-
anywhere else, you're pinned, right?
That's true. But if you go king h1, then black is just going a4 and a3, and this pawn is
Yeah,
not scaling
true.
because of the king.
You know what? I think after king to h1, we can make it on the board.
Yeah.
There's also
Yeah.
a possibility of pin, is that?
Rook a1, interesting.
But we don't necessarily need that. a4 is good enough.
Yeah.
Would black want
Actually,
to
you're right.
trade
Why not rook a1?
the knight and the bishop?
I think
Yeah, you're
the
right. This is fine.
king g2.
King back to...
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, we can move the bishop again. Yeah.
And if we play a4 there instead, look
Yeah.
at this position. Like, you cannot play bishop because knight g3 is a
Yeah,
threat.
exactly.
You
Rook
cannot play
f2.
king because we have this beautiful knight f4.
Rook
And-
is not able to move. Rook
Yeah.
f3 there is rook a1, rook f1, knight takes g3.
Yeah,
0-1. I'll show you
bad
if you want.
position.
So this one, knight takes g3 is 0-1. So yeah, that is why rook can't move. I guess bishop f2 is possible for white. I mean, that's like one of the only moves you can make. I mean, king g2, I mean, it's just honestly, I don't know. Alexenko had a bad game, I guess.
King f2 has happened.
King
instead
f2?
of instead of king h1.
Sorry. Oh, these were mistakes, but I think we should. So what happened?
So let's go to this side line there. Yeah, okay,
Ah.
h5,
h5.
h5,
Knight c3 we said, right?
knight c3. We had bishop e1,
Bishop e1, knight
knight
e2,
e2, and king f2.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay, so he's just going to lose the pawn, right?
Yeah,
This is just...
and black is thinking here. Black has actually 26 minutes against 2 minutes of Alexenko.
Oh, that's really nice. Look, there's this line 94 check. White plays king g1 and then rook a1, threatening rook takes e1, which is a winning king opponent.
Oh yeah.
And oh well, I mean,
If you play king f2, then knight c2 as well. There is this move. King f2 and knight c2.
you're right. But then yeah, you're right actually. Yeah, this is just. I don't know. I wanted to give away. I mean, that's just like bishop takes a5. It's just might as well resign. There's no way that he wants to play bishop takes a5. So I'm guessing this line has happened, right?
You know what? Knight d4 is on the board as you predicted here.
Knight d4. Well, I mean,
Yeah.
I don't really know why he didn't just go for this pawn.
Yeah, I know I would take this pawn.
I mean,
It's extra pawn. We
Far
like
more
to take
accurate.
pawns.
I'm not sure what would happen. I'm preempting king g1. Actually, if king e3, is there direct? Oh, maybe just knight c2.
Knight c2, definitely.
Yeah. Yeah, knight c2 is just. Oh, yeah. I mean, it wants to repeat moves, but I don't think that's going to go anywhere. Rook e1 and then knight c2. Okay. Yeah, as we said earlier, that line is really.
Yeah, and then pawn on h5 is also stopped by the king.
Yeah,
so
the
we are
king is
not
doing a
afraid.
really good job
Yeah.
of stopping that. They deal with that.
King e3 is on the board.
King e3. Okay, so this has happened. So he either trusts he can win the rook and pawn ending, or he will go for some more precise rook a3, rook a1. I don't know.
And Sava Vetohin played already rook to a1.
With the a1. Yeah, so he's very accurate.
He's very strong,
Very
guy.
precise.
Yeah.
I should say, actually, is a better word.
Oh yeah, and then you can go knight c2.
Yeah, rook takes e1 is a direct threat, and obviously knight
Yeah,
c2,
yeah.
various move orders. I think white has to move the king, otherwise that's
Yeah.
game over. King d2 is rook. King d2 is. Oh, actually, king d2. Interesting. King d2, the e pawn is then able to e4, e3, and then this is.
I would play a4 there, to be
Yeah,
honest.
exactly.
Like, I like this structure with the king
Yeah,
side.
I mean, you can just like, it
Yeah.
cannot be taken because then
Yeah.
knight c2 is. So, white's can go back to f2. Very sad for white.
Well, it is really tough tournament for Kirill actually, because he lost the round 3, then he made a draw. He lost a lot of ratings in this.
I seem to recall last year Adar Tarhan played 1A3 against him. This happened last year. Adar Tarhan played A3 and won against Alexenko.
Really?
Last year, FM 2400.
Oh my goodness,
insane.
that's so rude to play
I
either against Grandmaster.
I know. I mean, I think there were some transpositions into something more sound, but I mean,
That's so rude, right?
wacky. I know. Yeah.
Oh no, but Alexenko actually won this tournament 3 years ago.
Ah, okay.
But now he's having a really, really bad luck.
Yeah, but he was so lucky against some IM, I think. I can't remember, or maybe FMs, like FM, Spanish FM. Like the guy played like Bishop E4. Did you see that game? The guy played like Bishop E4, and then Alexenko went from like -4 to equalized. When knight takes C5, and then the guy hung a piece, and then he resigned. So it was such a swindle.
Oh, this game has ended. Let's take a look what happened. We can go to event and go to the board 4.
Yeah, sure.
Was it? Yeah, repetition.
I'm guessing this is a draw.
Yeah.
I mean, the kings are looks like they're on E4 and E5, so there.
That's it.
I think there's a 50-minute delay on the broadcast.
Yeah, so we have this repetition of knight to G3 and knight to E2. And I think it's pretty nice result for Daniel Christopher. Christopher.
Yeah, just a 22.
Christopher. I'm not giving up. I'm going to pronounce his name.
Yeah.
That's a really, really good result. And for many players, this kind of tournament is good to get the norm.
Okay.
Yeah, so
well, I would have no luck getting a norm with people 2300s, no title.
Yeah, you need a title.
You need 5 title players. I'm not saying I'm good enough to get a norm, but like
you need a good luck to get a norm.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, there's no way.
Wait, what is this game? They are also finishing.
Madzi, Lami, or Vimi, I guess.
I think
this
white
is a draw.
won. I think white won.
No.
But looking at the kings, I don't know.
This is
board it's E4 and E5.
8, and it was a draw. Yeah, it was a draw.
I guess, yeah. Well, if king H3... Well, what?
Yeah, it was a draw. We have another game in progress.
How is black drawing this? Queen E4? I don't know how black's drawing this. Queen E4 maybe. Yeah, because Queen H1 is me. Yeah, this could... And then Queen D1.
Maybe black's slightly winning.
Oh, this is, I think, our analysis.
Yeah, this is
yeah. It's a different position. Oh, guys, we have to go back to board 3.
Yeah, sure. Oh, yeah.
Let's take a look what is happening here. So after rook to A1, we had
A1.
Yeah, king D3. Oh, sorry, no.
Oh.
Okay, one, king D3.
He's hung knight F3, so I don't know about that.
A4 has happened.
A4?
G4.
He missed knight F3. Really?
I think he doesn't want to go to the rook endgame. And we have a handshake, guys. This game has ended.
How did you get to a rook endgame? Oh, rook to F3. Okay.
Oh, yeah, another game.
Knight on D4 is so beautifully placed. You don't want to give it up.
0-1, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
So after this one, G4 happens.
G4
A4 G4.
Yeah.
And we have rook to D1.
Oh.
And
King
here
C4,
we had a
knight
resignation.
C2, King C3. I don't know, King C3, I guess, knight E2, knight G. I don't know what happened to
He
King
can't
C3.
get his king round, can he?
Can I go A3 here?
Yeah, maybe there's just A3 and resign. Yeah.
That is illegal.
I mean, I guess. Nah, not really. It's a bluff.
Wow,
Big
look
bluff.
at this. Sava Vetohin.
I mean, this guy is gonna. I see he was an IM like a month ago, but I mean, he's clearly.
He became a
Grandmaster
grandmaster
title,
and
yeah.
he's only 15 years old.
I think he's younger. He's born in 2010.
Let me
He's
check.
14.
Yeah, he's 14, I think. He's born in 10.
He's born 2009 and he's 15.
He's born 2009.
Yes.
Oh my God, 1st of January. That's insane.
No, they just have it for everyone.
Oh,
I don't know when is their birthday.
Well, I'm 5th of January, so I mean.
Okay, that's cool. So this game is down
This
as
game is
well.
done, yeah.
So that means
Finishing.
that Sava Vetohin is joining the leaders. We have Lady Vetohin, Gira Musard, Gorstein, Mauriti. How many of them? 6 people, right? Already sharing the first place. And this game ended in a draw. We have to now focus, guys, on the board 6. That's important.
True. Actually, this game is apparently just. Oh wow!
So we have some more moves here. Let me tell you.
I wish you
what
could see the
happened.
clocks on it.
We can go full screen. Let's go to full screen.
Okay.
And we can take a look.
How do you go to that?
We have to go here on full screen and zoom a little bit more. There
Oh,
we
you're
go.
doing. Okay, sorry.
Yeah.
No, he's here.
Oh, so he's about to flag.
Is it like
No,
30
it's-
seconds or 8 minutes? 8 minutes, 30 seconds. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, it's 1 minute.
Look how David is nervous. He's biting his nails. He's very nervous.
Trying to look away from the board.
Bishop b2. Who's mute? Okay, so black's just played knight g7. So why can't I actually just take this b7? Interesting.
So what is the last move?
So my last move was knight g7.
Can you go to the game as like chessboard so
yeah,
you can
sure.
see? It's more 44, 97.
Yeah.
We have h4.
Wow. So he's scared of rook c8 if you take on.
Yeah.
But can't we just take on b7?
I think
Rook c8, rook
to
c7.
d8.
Rook d8.
Rook d8. Interesting. So he's going h4, the idea, the king 2, and then rook b7.
Rook
And then
d8 anyway.
Rook d8 anyway. Okay, bishop e3, I'm presuming.
Bishop f4.
Oh, yeah, okay. Oh, wow. White is.
Rook d4. This is currently the position what we have.
Okay. So, first question is, no, we can't do any of this. No, absolutely not. This is just, black can put the rook on b4 and there's nothing we can do.
How about bishop g3?
Bishop g3, maybe king g6 for knight f5. I'm not sure.
I like that.
Yeah. Actually, now we can cheat. Yeah.
Let's go.
Yeah, okay.
We can cheat here.
Yeah, exactly. King g6, rook takes b7, knight f5 as we said. King h2. But the thing is, like, how are you actually promoting this pawn?
I mean, you're gonna have to get your king, right?
The king over there. Good
Yeah,
luck
but
with that.
You guys, can
How else?
No, there's no way the king is getting over there. Pigs fly.
No.
Maybe you can go rook b8 and then push.
Yeah, you can go rook b8, but the,
Oh, and then you move the rook out the way because the bishop.
yeah,
is
but
still-
the king is going to come back if need
Or
be.
the knight can take the bishop after as well.
So the moment white plays b7, black is coming the king to g7
Yeah.
h7. That's just a common theme.
Yeah. So you know this endgames.
Over then check.
Well, in fact, interesting thing is usually king f7 would lose, but maybe in this case it doesn't lose because knight g7.
Wait, I can still promote, no?
No, but I'll take the pawn, and then if you go rook h7,
Ah!
so you
That's
don't even need.
brilliant.
Yeah, I mean you don't even need to play. Kings.
You're good at endgames. Do you often work in the endgame?
Well, I mean, if you check my game today, you
Yeah.
may take that back.
Let's not check that game.
Yeah. I mean, it was a one, but yeah.
Okay, tell me what is the like your routine to work out in just like opening, tactics, end games. How you work
Well, I mean,
usually?
well, I mean, for endgame, sometimes I see a super gem called Luke McShane, and he kind of helps with these kind of specific endgame lessons. For example, when the rook is behind the pawn, put the king here, or when to leave the pawn on the 6th rank, not push to the 7th rank, and these kind of basic kind of motifs. But then, in some game, the rook was on the side of the pawn, and I tried to waste some tempi because I thought that was a thing, and then I just lost. So I was like, what happened? Because the rook is on the side of the pawn is different. So this is how we kind of look at different. I think rook and pawn endings. Like if I have an extra pawn, I actually have quite good results in winning, even if it's technically a draw. Because you can leave the pawn on 6th rank, the king will come like this, and then the rook has to be sacrificed for the pawn, and then the side defending has to like have enough play with the pawns, but is often not possible in time scrambles.
Yeah.
So that's
then
quite
very
useful.
often people make.
So I quite like
mistakes.
these kind of.
Yeah.
I mean, actually, there's bishop and knightmate, of course, which I'm not 100% sure. I think I can do it, but I mean, I've seen like the English women's champion like didn't do it in the last round of the British this year. Like it's a bit insane. Like I'm not sure. Like I mean, it's kind of rare, but
It's true, but like sometimes when the nerves, you are getting tired. Also, you have no time, and it is
Actually-
very difficult to play end games, right? So
Yes.
When I was a little, one of the best exercises that I was doing with my brother, because I also have a brother, younger brother. We were playing endgames, only pawn endgames. We had just pawns, the first, second
Pawn
rank,
breakthroughs and stuff.
and it was the best thing we were doing. Like we had so much fun, but we were just the little ones by the time, and it was so good exercise to like learn the endgames.
I wonder if we can like.
This is actually
Is this
we have
stuff
last.
happened?
No, last move we have
Rook
here
d4 is
is
still
rook
in
d4.
position.
Yeah, White is thinking.
Okay. Actually, maybe
White is thinking.
like bishop g3 looks sensible to me. You are just winning a pawn even if you can't. Actually, white has to be careful of this move, of course, and b7. And maybe you don't even need that, but then that's why rook b4 everything's over. I think.
Yeah.
It's like
What did he play? He made
bishop
a move.
d6.
Bishop g3.
Did bishop g3 happen?
Yes.
Ah, okay. I think rook b4 will happen on the board. I think. Actually, I didn't really think king g6 is necessary. I think might as well just play rook b4 while you can. And then, well, you don't even need to play king g6. I'm guessing. And like, how is white ever attacking PP on the PP?
You know what I'm thinking here? Is it possible to checkmate White's king? Something like king g6 in this position.
Oh yeah, exactly. This is the thing. Oh, you mean like like come all the way
That's
in?
sneaky. Yeah, you take the
Oh,
pawn.
interesting. But actually, you can't go king f5 because the knight will hang in.
No, but there's another way. Knight f5.
Okay.
Now I want to do knight h6, knight g4, and then to checkmate on the first rank.
Okay. So this is why I'm guessing we have to.
Yeah.
So if we, ooh,
The knight you.
suddenly there's some minuscule advantage for white for some weird reason. So we check king h3. So you're trying to make like rook d1, right?
Yeah.
Ah, but b7, rook h1. You have to,
Oh no, that's so
so
bad.
you have to take with the knight and then b8 queen miss knight f1 mate. So,
That's a brilliant.
so how do we draw this king?
Knight
So,
f1.
so we have to go king g3. This is the stupidest thing I've ever seen. So then I guess we can play rook b1 and that's a draw with a pawn ending.
That's a draw in a style, you know.
But knight f1, king takes f3, knight h2.
Maybe knight d2.
Knight d2. Well, knight d2 then king e3 and rook e1 check doesn't do anything because we can go b8.
Yeah.
So, and with rook b1, how are we winning this? This
Oh,
is
guys, this is happening on the board.
What?
We guess it's so good. We
What?
are guessing so good. Knight
That's
f5 is
why
on the
she's won.
board.
95 happened.
Yeah.
I'm not surprised at knight f5. So
Okay.
let me return to this position.
And then
Knight
king
f5.
h2.
King h2 has happened. Okay, so. But thing is, I feel like, rook, you might as well play rook b4 and then put the rook on b1 rather than go rook d1 and risk all of that. Like, can we lose a move?
Rook b4 actually keeps the rook, white rook
exactly,
on b5.
because then white doesn't have this rook e7 and all that.
Yeah, I like that.
Yeah, like rook b4, like if you go, like what are you going to do? Rook b, but there's this checks now.
Yeah.
So if knight h6 now, bishop c7, just hang this for check, as you do. Okay. And what happens if we just well, you can't do this because we lose a pawn.
Yeah.
But what if you go
we can.
b7 first?
If we go b7 now,
And then rook.
well, the thing is, you can, but
Yeah.
how I kept did knight g4 check, king here.
King
if you
g7.
Go, you go rook b1, then you lose, I guess.
Yeah, you can go rook g8.
Because rook g8, b8, and then bishop h2.
Exactly.
Same idea.
I play king g7 or king h7 here.
So yeah, so king g7, so then now you can't do this.
Yeah.
So king g7, so now we have bishop f4. Okay.
I'll not take that.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, but what's this threatening at all? This is really risky.
Yeah.
Why are we doing that? I don't think I like the move.
Oh, they traded the knight
Oh.
and the bishop.
Wait, what? How did that happen?
So,
but that's good,
so white,
right?
black played knight takes g3,
yeah,
and then white's taken with the king.
yeah.
I think this is
F-
rook d1 and f2 is on top.
Oh, that's
So
bad.
King takes. Rook
King
g4
g3?
check, maybe?
And
Rook g4 check, I expect will happen.
yeah, rook d3 is also a possibility there.
I think, I think rook b4, rook g4 the most natural. Yeah, rook g4's happened. Okay.
King f3 and you
But
take
this
on
is
it.
interesting. Like, what do you think he'll do? Obviously, f and h pawn is a draw. King of rook f and h against king rook. I would probably not draw it. But it is,
It's gonna be a draw, guys.
Yeah, it's so annoying.
But
wouldn't
white could promote maybe.
Just promote.
Well, like rook, b8, rook, g8.
Yeah, well, the thing is,
I-
this is the thing. Like black and lamb a king here.
Yeah.
There's no way you can ever do anything.
We can show that on the board. So you
So
take.
in a position, say,
Yeah.
well, I think black will take here first. Actually, shall we,
No,
for the purpose of
don't
this?
go king.
For the purpose of this, let me go king h3. I guess this move doesn't work for some reason. Rook b4. So if you try what you said, well, I can just waste time. And the moment you play b7, now you're threatening rook g8 check, right? If you go king f7, then there's this tactic we saw earlier, which can win because b8 queen.
Ah, yeah.
However, black can put the king on one of these two squares, and then
It's a draw, yeah.
there's nothing you can do.
Yeah.
And in fact, if anyone's going to win, black may even... Actually, not really, because the king can be landed here.
No, and you play king h7, king g7.
This is why
That's a
frequently
theoretical
you
draw.
don't play b7. If like, say, it was not many pawns here, then you can, like, slowly bring the king in, like, up and up and up. But... And therefore... So if you were to bring the king up and up and up like this, and you were to be checked, you now have the square b7, where you can put your king to shield the checks. Whereas if you play b7, and you try and bring the king in, then they're infinite checks. Obviously, the downside of not playing b7 is that black can then munch all these pawns. Like, black can move the rook away from the b file safely, without having to worry
Exactly.
about any tactics. I think this is irrelevant because
Yeah.
white's play king h3.
Yeah.
So we're going to see this king on
That's
g7.
why it's
Yeah.
so good to know the theoretical end games. You are so confident that you know that it's going to be a draw and you know how to make a draw.
Yeah, I think it's can be harder. But the moment the pawn goes here, I think it's
Yeah,
pretty
this is-
straightforward. Because, yeah, the king coming in here just be checked. You know, checked away. Unless you can somehow hide, which is not easy.
Okay, question here. The other day I asked you who's your favorite chess player. And you said
I
your
said
brother. And now tell me who's your favorite chess player.
Well, I said that I found Mamajov quite interesting. I'm not sure what my favourite is, but I think definitely Mamajov is quite interesting because he plays similar stuff to like me, but then also adds in like moves like G4, move 2 or 3 or some craziness. I just saw him at the London Chess Classic. I saw him. He was playing in the Master section like a couple of weeks ago. So yeah.
Did you visit that tournament?
Yeah, I played it actually in the Open, the above 2000 tournament. Yeah, obviously I had to take
Alright.
a buy for school, a buy or two, and stuff like that. But
Yeah, let's talk about that. How you guys are combining school and the chess? Is it difficult?
My school just lets me go half day on one of the day and then skip the last day.
Are you a big star at the school? As you are a chess player and traveling around the world?
I'm actually the best in my school.
Really?
I know.
You have a
there's
good
not
grades.
that. Yeah, there's not that many chess lovers or players in my school. But yeah.
That's good. What about you? Do you have some difficulties
Just put the king on f5.
You are into chess, yeah? Typical chess player.
He just ignored everything we just looked at.
And he goes king f5,
Yeah.
or like king g7.
Yeah, exactly.
But you know what? There's another way here. When you have f pawn,
But well, you can
put in
you can
front.
shield.
yeah.
Yeah.
We
Yeah.
forgot about that third way to do that.
Yeah, there's just it depends on the situation, of course. You can never make a rule of thumb. Well, you can make rules of thumb, but you can't make a
Yeah,
black and white. But yeah,
that's also
you might still get mated. King f4 would be one.
king f4.
King f4 would be one. Get mated.
Yeah, but there's king h2.
Yeah, that's
safe.
king h2, but king g4
Oh,
there.
yeah.
And
To
then,
be honest, this is so drawish.
yeah. Even if black wins the h pawn, like if you go to a g file, then rook g8
Yeah.
check b8, and then it's just.
Is there any way that white can complicate this position?
But I think if anyone's winning, it's black. Maybe.
Yeah, because of the.
Because this is,
You guys are so good, actually, in analyzing. This is pretty
there
nice
was
and
some stalemates
accurate.
actually after rook g4, rook g2, potentially on the cards. Like that would be an easy way for black to win the pawn. Like, what is white doing about this? Problem is, of course, rook c8 and b7, b8. But yeah, it depends.
Have you guys played World Cadet Championships or European Cadets?
Oh, the World Cadet.
Youth.
I've
World
played like
Youth.
Rapid and Blitz. I don't think I've. the thing is, by the time like I actually wanted to do that, it was like it only goes to under 12 as the highest cadet. Otherwise, you have to do the world youth
champion.
Yeah, exactly. But then I see some people like the CM, they're like 2,000 or something, and I always like never understand. But I think if you do well in an event, then they say that you can get 2,000 and claim the title just there and then.
If you become, I became the world champion, and they gave me the title.
They just give it to you.
Yeah, gift.
Well, that's
Here's your gift, take it. And I took it. Thank you very much.
I mean, I've just achieved my WFM title.
You did?
Yeah.
You're trolling me.
Well, yeah,
You're trolling.
I got 2,100. I like to think I'm WFM. But yeah, I think, yeah.
You need to have 2,100 to get.
Yeah, I got the WFM title now.
Are you going to, what is your plan? What title do you want to get?
If anything, WCM, but later, as because like it's too early, anyways.
It's so cute. Okay, what is happening here? We have G4 chat.
Okay, so no, ooh. It's just jaw. Even King H2 is jaw.
Yeah.
Okay, they took. Wait, what happened?
Well,
King
King
H3 and.
Oh, so they were
King
repeating.
H3.
Boring.
You guys handshake each other, finish this game, go have dinner, because you need to energy for last 2 rounds, right? Last 2 rounds are so important.
Yes.
I wonder if one of them in particular is like wanting to play on.
Back to the chess.
We were always talking about the chess. So what happens if like in a situation where we take the H pawn, like this is still a draw?
It is still a draw. There's nothing, not. Okay, he goes B7.
Ah, okay. Oh, you went. Oh, you mean? Oh, sorry. You mean in the analysis position?
No, not
no,
here.
he played
When the
B7.
king is on H3, here.
So
King H3
So King H3,
and Rook B4.
Rook before B7.
B7.
Okay, yeah. So I guess, well, threatening nothing.
Well, he might want to go Rook H8.
But yeah, that's true actually. But
Yeah.
then I think
Okay,
this is a nice trade because perhaps, there's a small chance. But I
King
think
F4 is on the board.
with enough. Oh, King F4. Oh wow. Now Rook F8 though. Now this is just a dead draw.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You
Rook
take
F8
the
Rook
is-
pawn.
F8.
Rook F8, Rook B6, Rook takes F6 check would win for white. But that's not going to happen. Yeah, this is just not
Wait, but if you go Rook B6, you can promote, right? As in, no, Rook F8, and then you said Rook B6.
Yes, you take on F6 first. I think it would be the
Oh,
no,
yeah.
but you can promote.
Actually, you can also promote, exactly.
Yeah.
Okay,
Right.
guys, I have a tricky question to you. What is the chess rule that you find really silly and you want to change it, if there is any?
I quite like the rules, to be honest. There are some mathematical rules that can be good and can be bad. So I wouldn't say I want to change this rule. But okay, I don't want to go off on too much of a thing here, but I'm not sure if you're aware, like, K-Factor is 40 because we're juniors, right?
Yes.
But if in a month, if K-Factor times number of games exceeds 700, then K-Factor is the highest possible number where K times N does not exceed 700. So there's a complicated rule. Basically, if you play too many games, your K-Factor reduces in a month, which can be a bit annoying. Like if you play 18 games, K is 38, for example.
Really?
It's a bit weird, but it has its pros and cons. Like sometimes I'm really bad at this month. Like in this last blitz, I lost to I scored like 1.5 out of 5 against like some Indian players who are like way low weighted than me, which is not good for weighting. But
I know, tell me about that.
Yeah, I know.
They took all my rating.
By playing all the blitz tournaments, I can play so many games that reduce my K factor a lot. So therefore, I'm basically going to lose less points. So I'm playing the blitz tonight.
Okay.
Yeah. and
You also
so-
play?
Yeah.
Ooh,
So that's the reason.
big blitz night coming up.
Yeah.
Okay, I understand your point. Do you have some ideas that you don't like, some rule and you want to change?
I don't know. Maybe I want it a bit easier to get like your rating if you're a 0. Because before it was when you were able to be 1100 and all that. It was so hard.
That's a fair point.
It's because they're trying to fix the system because gradually people are really underrated, and it's beginning to affect people at the top. So then the feeder thought that they can boost everyone below 2,000, and then also stop people from being below 1,400.
Yeah.
It's like I think they think it's going to fix it. I guess it could in the long term help, but
It's not fixing yet.
yeah, not fixed yet. No.
It's not fixing yet.
Yeah.
Okay, what we have here, King F4 and
I mean,
White
I think
is
look, if it's-
thinking.
I mean, how do you ever win this? I mean, you have to take this.
Yeah.
How does anyone win? I mean, to be fair, there is a small chance, but rook d6, right?
This is just draw.
I mean, like,
Right.
you just cut the king. There's nothing. Well, actually, I could just wait for you to go to the d-file and then just not do anything.
Maybe King Rook E3?
I mean, you might even lose. I mean, like,
Maybe Rook E3?
yeah. Oh my God, yeah, even rook e3. Wow.
Yeah. And now white is winning, right?
You
Yeah,
guys,
I
you
think
know
so.
what? This is not happening because White played King to H2 instead of Rook F8.
So king of 4, we have a king h2 here. Okay. So king g4 is obviously not possible.
No, no, no. That's very bad.
Yeah. F5 is possible.
F5, I like F5.
Or maybe king f5.
King f5 is, well, you just come from f5.
Yeah, it's a repetition.
Oh.
But you can play F5 here in this
F5.
position.
What is white playing? Just like moving the king. Like if you move the rook, then you're gonna
Yeah.
lose the
And
goal.
you know what? If you play King to H3 now, I'm going to play Rook to B2 and I will wait for you. If you play King H2, I will take the F2 pawn with a check.
Yeah, that's true actually. But then,
And I'm winning the pawn on B7. Doesn't mean that I'm winning the game because it's a dead draw, basically.
so this is actually winning. Is king h3? Why is this winning?
I'm going to
It's
go
actually
Rook
not
to
winning.
B2
It's actually
again.
not winning, but why is this? Oh, so my king is now forced to like it cannot move, so I have to now move the rook,
Yeah.
which I guess means that you're gonna have to be a bit careful of stalemates. But for example, if I play rook e8, you take on b7, rook e4 check, you take with the king, no stalemate.
Yeah.
Rook f5, rook f8, rook f5, king e4. There's no stalemate here. So how are you actually going to stalemate? So you can't, I guess. So rook a8, rook takes b7. We're just up 2 pawns. Why are we not just?
Give a check.
We have to give checks and then play
Yeah,
King
check.
G6.
So this is like some annoying draw, whereby. Well, I guess you just can't make any progress, maybe.
Yeah, you cannot. You
'Cause
after
everyone
Rook
can just
B3,
check.
you will give checks.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's it. The pawn at h4 is doing a good job. Actually.
This is a draw.
We've had king h2. He's still thinking that he may not play f5.
Okay, this is a situation when you have to offer the draw to your opponent. I
Yeah.
don't like to offer a draw to my opponent because I very often get rejected and I don't like that.
Yeah.
What about
Yeah.
you guys? Do you offer a draw? or
I
you prefer
actually,
to
in Rapid, I do offer quite draws because I'm lower rated and
I never like to
If
offer the draw against higher weighted players because I'm always a bit scared that like is it etiquette or I don't know. But sometimes, I mean,
Yeah.
sometimes if I'm really convinced it's going to be a draw, then
Yeah.
sometimes I will anyway.
That's a good point.
Yeah.
So there are some things that you don't offer a draw, like when your opponent is higher
Yeah.
rated, or if you play with black pieces.
If I offer one, then I
Yeah.
do really want to offer more. Then I feel like I used up a request. I can't do it again. Like something. I don't know. Oh, king g1. What the?
King G1. I don't
what did
like
black-
this. Why is it going all the way?
So we have f5 king g.
Sorry, back with the
So
king.
maybe they saw your. I think I dropped something.
It's okay. I think your
mic-
mic is still working, so we're fine.
Rook b1 check, king h2, rook b2. So
And
this
king
is what you're
g1.
saying. You can do this. So well, you're saying this. Actually, you do lose a pawn, right? Maybe you lose a pawn.
You play king h1.
And I guess if I take
But,
this as
yeah.
losing.
Yeah.
There's a crazy line like this I wanted to work, but it doesn't. No.
Yeah, there's rook c1 or
Queen b1, yeah.
yeah,
Okay. So we had rook b2.
rook b2 is on the board. We're guessing the moves so good. Yeah. Have you guys had dinner yet or
No.
no.
okay? If you first came here
Yeah.
to co-host with me, okay, tell me what is your favorite Spanish food, if you have any. You don't-
Chicken and chips on trip.
You're eating what?
I've been like chicken and chips on trip on the bar.
What about you?
different stuff. I loved the hash browns.
Okay.
They called it something else, like potato. I don't know what they called it, but yeah.
Yeah, I also forgot that name. Okay, this game will probably end soon
Draw, yeah.
with a
Oh,
draw.
wow.
Ah, there's another line.
King to h1 is on the board.
Ah, sorry.
Make it.
How did Keith? Oh yeah, we didn't talk about this game.
Oh, your game there.
That's my game.
Let's show the last part of your game.
Ah, okay. Yeah, he actually.
Oh, that's where you sacrificed it.
Yeah, I actually went G. This was a draw. I played G3. It was stupid as thing. And then I allowed this bishop G1. And then, I mean, I thought he might do this. He only took like 2 minutes to find this, that this is good for black. I thought that he might have some only moves, but it says that everything is winning for black.
Yeah.
He played really precisely though. Even he didn't need to, but yeah. You know, this F5.
Yeah, bishop cannot stop this
F5.
pawn.
Oh my
Oh,
god.
wow.
Does not need this move. Just by the way, he does not need.
You can play king b3, right?
Yeah, it's all winning.
Yeah.
Just every move you can think of is winning.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's all winning.
I like f5 because it stops to king
F5
g4.
is the best move by much. But
Yeah.
I mean,
Oh, your
yeah.
opponent is quite strong FIDE master.
yeah.
Oh, and you have almost 2100. That's quite nice rating.
Well, I was getting like 30 this tournament. I lost like 20 in the classic, but my live voting went above 2100, so I can now claim WFM. But
Ooh. You're really going for the title.
yeah. 100%.
Okay. Can we see your game too? Because it was really nice.
Oh, you want me? Oh yeah,
Just scroll, maybe we can
actually,
find
it's not
somewhere.
going to be here. It's going to be on number
I'm
B, right?
G.
No, it's together here.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Lead chess is different.
Because I was a guest.
Yeah, but there's no G on
You know how we're gonna
Oh.
search? We're gonna go to the on the side. There is this search button, like
sorry.
games.
Ah,
Do
this
you see
one
very
is-
small?
Very small, but my mouse doesn't reach there.
Yeah, do that. And now we spell the last name
Dump.
with a click there.
Ah, sorry. Okay. Oh.
Maybe last name.
Then maybe I will come up.
Put Patel. Oh, only you come up.
These are all my games. Even this one wasn't even live. Some of them were not live. This is not live. How does that
Oh, I don't know where I am.
Oh yeah. This
Yeah,
is the one
maybe you were
yesterday.
in the group B because you play in the group
Yeah.
B. Yeah,
This is the one yesterday. Yeah.
But it wasn't a live board.
it was not.
It was.
It was. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's different. We don't have that link here. Group B. Okay, let's go back to the board 3 because this
Do you like
guy
my
is
queen
gonna-
e8? Yeah.
Show me that.
Look, I picked queen e8 here.
In this position.
Yeah, this is my game yesterday.
Oh, nice. So you want to play queen f7?
Yeah, queen e8 is just like queen f7, knight d6, rook takes d5. There's so many threats. There's nothing you can do about it.
Oh,
And he had
queen
no
d6
time.
then and knight
Yeah.
f7.
Okay. There's
Beautiful.
nothing you can do about it. Oh yeah, and knight.
Well, you. Oh my goodness, 2350.
Yeah, but not title. What is this? It's like, no norm. Okay. Wait, we've had some moves on that. This game.
Yeah, let's go board 3.
Oh, what have I done? Okay.
That's fine. Yeah.
Board-
just
board 3?
scroll. Sorry, board 4.
Yeah, board 4, yeah. Okay.
No, board 6.
Oh, sorry. Oh my god. How do I?
Go back to where you are.
Let's
Yeah.
go end here. Yeah. So what we have here is king h2.
Rook b5? No, some moves. Ah, the pawn's on f5. What is this?
Yeah.
The pawn's on
F5?
F5.
King
King
g1,
G1.
rook b2, king h1,
Rook b6.
rook b6, king g1. And they're repeating the moves.
Ah,
still.
okay.
That's it. We're gonna have a handshake. Let's go full screen now, and we're gonna see the final moments of this game. And I think draw will be offered.
But no one's speaking. It's just, it's like, he's not in a
Chess
position.
players don't like to communicate after the game.
He doesn't seem to be. I mean, white is the one who's trying like not to end the game. Surprising. How is white gonna win this?
Is it now? 3 times repetition. I think this is now. If black makes here rook b2, that's going to be the repetition. Is this the last board playing? Actually, it is. It is. Yeah.
Last live board playing, at least.
Last top board playing.
Yeah.
What is the longest game you guys have ever played? How many hours?
On New Year's Eve, I had on New Year's Eve in Hastings last year. I had a game start at 2:15, and it went to 8:30. So on New Year's Eve, yeah, it's a bit annoying, but yeah.
What a
I mean, I
nice
drew in
New
the
Year.
end. It was a draw, so.
Oh wow, that's really long.
Yeah, I know it was a bit long, but yeah. I mean,
It is what it is.
it is,
You
yeah,
had to
I
play.
gained like what 3 rating points for it, so yeah.
It was enough.
Definitely a rating point per 2 hours. So.
They're still playing. Oh, the rook goes on g6.
Oh my god, he's not.
Black is trying now to win.
What did it say? What's happened here? Rook g6 check. And what's happened?
King
I mean, any move you can think of.
h2. I mean, I don't know.
King h2.
Any move
King
can
h2
work here.
looks like it. Ah, but you can't actually take this pawn, can you?
Yeah.
Like
Yeah, you can lose.
you can't
this.
take the pawn. You have to play rook g7.
Wait, why,
Which we now
why
decide
can't we
with-
take the pawn?
Because then there's
Rook goes.
rook can go anywhere you want.
Yeah, king went to
Oh, yeah.
h1.
King go to h1.
Well, not.
No,
Oh,
Yeah.
with rook g6. Yeah,
Okay.
king h1.
And now, well, actually, this defense, I think he might go for this.
Rook g7.
I think he's going to go for this. He did, right?
Rook g7. Yeah.
It makes a lot of sense because this is now a different defense.
And
now
king
he's-
to h2 has to be played.
It has been played or has to be played.
Oh, then king g4. Ah, this is what he wants to do. Oh wow.
But it's still a draw.
that's the sad part.
They
It's
should
still
just
a-
draw this.
yeah.
Okay, but actually, it's interesting now.
Wow, very tricky.
Because king g4 is a threat even if without king h2.
Is it time to give up the b7 pawn and take on h5? Let's say rook to h8 now.
He won't want
How
to.
bad is that?
I feel he might not want to though. Wait, the guy in the shirt is iron.
You know what happens after that? Let's say rook to h8 now.
Yeah.
I take rook b7. You take rook h5. I play rook to b1.
Okay. King
You
h2.
play king h2. I play rook to f1.
Oh wait. Oh wait.
And you know what? This is still a draw.
Ah, okay.
But it can continue another half an hour.
Yeah.
Which we're not happy.
Which we have not got.
Not happy. Not happy.
But yeah, this looks like. No, I think if this happens, black has a good chance of winning this. Like, I mean, you're gonna have to be careful. I mean, see, already like the move that first came to mind is king h3, but already this is losing because rook f1.
Ooh, the bar.
So like king h2. Well, I mean, this is just losing for some. Well, your king has to. If you try this, I mean, I guess f2 is a game over. So I think he'll see that. But I mean, so you have to play king g1. King h1 is losing. King g1, you can go king f1, and this is a draw. And what about this?
I can.
No, you can't do this. f4. Okay.
Oh, this is a so nice line we have to show. Rook to g2.
But this is lost, right?
Yeah.
No.
f4.
Oh yeah,
f4.
take it the.
Yeah, and you have
King g3. Yeah.
yeah, beautiful checkmate. We can show that even on the board.
Actually, you can just play king g3 to be honest.
Yeah,
It's much
that's
easier.
the better.
Yeah. Okay.
And just on time.
Yeah.
I just-
You
Not
could even promote.
Not
quickly,
even. Yeah.
Okay, what happened? Rook a8 happened.
So rook a8 has happened.
Rook b7.
Rook takes b7, rook a5. Okay.
Okay, 5.
Oh, but this is well. If we do an endgame turbo, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
No. Rook
9
a4. Rook
pieces.
a4, guys. Rook a4 check.
Okay.
You don't do that. You have to give a check now.
9 pieces, no endgame table base. Get
King
there now.
e5 and rook. Yeah, what is thinking here?
What's he playing? King h2?
Why it's
can
only
play.
got 50 seconds?
Oh, really? How do we know that?
because it says it there, 50 seconds.
Oh yeah, the clock.
It's even less
Yeah.
actually. We go full screen to the
30 seconds.
to the board right now, to the playing venue to check out the time
Always
situation.
get ignored.
No. Let's go. And zoom a little
Yeah,
bit.
KH2. Yeah, KH2.
Zoom a little bit to see the clock.
Oh, black is. Okay, I don't want to
zoomed
lean
to the
forward
clock.
too much.
Yeah.
Oh my
Black
god.
still have 2 minutes.
Why am I like plugged in?
And then let's go. We just zoomed a little bit.
Ah, okay.
Right here.
Yeah, this is.
They look quite calm, right? They are not nervous because they know it's a draw.
This guy's biting his fingers.
Yeah, I think, yeah.
this an IM
I don't
or-
think he's very
It's a
calm.
grandmaster, David.
The guy biting his fingers is IM or GM?
Grandmaster.
Oh, so the IM is pushing.
Yeah,
Yes.
well, look at
Ah.
the pictures. They look.
No. I am is
No, the GM is pushing, I think.
yes.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And
but the
biting the
GM's the
nails.
one with the glasses.
They look so scary.
Ah, but the white piece is on that side, so that means the guy with the glasses
Yeah.
is black. Yeah.
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 Just like me.
Lovely pink glasses
I just
here.
got them today.
Oh, boy's
You
got
got
a
it
flag.
today?
Yeah.
I got the earrings today too. You
got-
I
went
love
to
them.
shopping.
Oh,
Oh yeah, I always
rook
want to.
G7. Okay, it's going to try and go rook G2 in order to change the position from
Sorry.
equal to equal. Rook G2 check. King H3, rook G7.
You can wear it actually. Look at you. Wow, it looks really cool.
So he's now threatening a drawn line after rook G2 check, rook takes F2. His threat is a draw. But it's... Ah, so
King
King H3. So rook G2, with stalemate. Rook G2 is rook E4 check.
Yeah. Oh, guys, they are saying that you two would be great chess streamers. Look at that.
But look, rook G2, then white has this rubbish, right?
Oh, it's beautiful, yes.
Yeah, I mean, so... Wait, so what's happening? We've lost... So we've had King H3, rook G1. I mean, like... I didn't really see what this is going to do. Rook F1 is King G3. I mean, you actually lost this pawn.
Let's
Oh, what
get
is
the
going on
board
here?
back so we can see what is the position.
Yeah, we'll zoom out, please. Well, we can also, once again, get ignored.
They are reacting on my voice.
Yeah,
Let's get. Just kidding.
that's funny.
Wait, right.
Okay, rook to G1.
So yeah, rook G1.
What? The engine to here.
Oh!
Guys, it's a blunder.
Oh my god, rook H1, F4, rook H3!
Oh my god!
He did not just blunder that. He did not
That
just
was a
blunder that.
complete draw.
That's insane.
Oh my goodness!
He did not just blunder that.
Oh my god!
That's mental. He just hung that. He just hung that. He just hung his tactic.
K3 is the worst move you could play. It's a checkmate.
Of all moves.
Oh god, he looks so.
That's like a
Oh
punch.
no, I don't
That-
want to feel
That is a punch in
that
the face.
situation.
What is this?
Oh my god! Oh no! The resignation! Oh
It was a draw.
no! Oh my
Buddy.
goodness! Poor guy. Look at him. So upset. Let's go full screen right now.
Yeah, let's go full screen,
Oh
please.
my goodness! What
Oh, he looks
happened?
so upset.
Look at this. He is so disappointed. That's why you have to make a draw when you have to make a draw.
Exactly.
Not
He should have
to
offered
risk.
a draw.
Oh my
But I
goodness.
think Black was pushing, it's fair to say, most of that.
Oh my goodness. He's so upset right now, and he should be.
That's insane. How?
Oh my goodness. I'm speechless, guys. Look at this.
Just Lance in the corner.
To
Oh
lose
my
the game
God.
like that is really, really, really painful. He's an international master,
Anna.
very strong player. He will not lose the games like that in normal days, but when you're getting tired and there's some nerves there. Oh, Jesus, that's so painful. I feel for him. Aye.
Well,
The chess can be
It
brutal, right,
happens.
sometimes.
such is life.
Happens. Oh my goodness, guys! I thought that we would just end this like
It's what GMs
with a
do.
draw.
Yeah.
And like we said, like, hey, it was so nice day. It was a nice day too. We like dramas in chess, right? We really
Yeah.
like dramas. One person who is not happy is only Robert. Robert
Vito from Spain,
Aloma.
yeah.
That is a painful loss for him.
I mean, he had a mate in one earlier in the tournament, I saw.
Yeah,
He's a Bishop
not
D4
lucky,
mate.
not lucky, not lucky. You know what we have now? David Gavrolescu, Lidi, Vitohin Sava, Girel Joseph, Musar Jules, Gorstein Idu, and Maurizio Markandria. All those names, they're showing first place. And we don't know who's gonna win this tournament, actually. One of these guys for sure. And we have still 2 more rounds to go, guys. Did you like today's games?
Yes.
Was
Well,
very
not
nice, right?
this for Robert.
That was painful.
Yeah.
Okay, what
I don't know
about
how.
you? What about you?
Me, well,
You liked it.
I mean, I preferred yesterday's games, but I mean, today was, I mean, I guess
A bit
tough.
unexpected,
Yeah,
right? At the end.
I mean, for this.
Yes.
Yeah. I can't believe.
Yeah, I can't believe.
Oh wow.
All right.
A3. It was A3. It has to be A3.
Only one. I think there was
Yeah.
only one move that loses, and he found it.
Yeah, I think actually maybe. Yeah, okay, other than obviously losing moves.
Yeah, like
this move
rook
is
G4 or
like, yeah, the only natural looking
Oh
move.
my goodness, that's so painful. Like
So
check, you give
he,
it check.
Yeah, he just thought he was just drawing with rook A3, king E4, rook A4. He just thought, yeah, he thought that, you know. Can you imagine offer a draw and then rook A3? Yeah.
Oh, you know what I have done? Okay, this is the last painful story for today for you guys too. So I play against the Grandmaster, and it's a draw. Queen
Yeah.
endgame, but queen endgame can be tricky.
Yeah.
And I'm like, we play so long, like we play I don't know how many moves. I'm really tired. And I'm also streaming my game. A lot of people are watching that.
you're
And it's
one
the
of
last
them.
game, and there are like a lot of people watching.
You're
like,
one of them.
I think
Yeah.
on my stream, like about 2,000 people, around there, about like 50 to 60 people watching. And then we have a queen's endgame, and I think it's a stalemate. And I sacrifice my queen, and he captures, and I like draw, and he's like, no, you have a move. And I just blunder a queen in front of everybody, and I lost the game with that blunder. And it was the most painful blunder ever in my life.
And it makes it worse that there were people there.
Yes, I was red on my face. I was just like hiding my face. But things like that happen, and you can't really explain why that happens. A lot of elements. You just see the ghost. Sometimes we say that you just see the ghost. I saw the ghost. I thought it was a stalemate, but yeah, painful losses. But anyway, this is chess, and that's why it is still very interesting, right? You can play good games, you can play bad game, and you're gonna have anyway another round too next day. Yeah. So guys, thanks very much for being here with me, my co-host. I had a really good co-host. Don't tell to Lawrence. I really enjoyed this part. So feel free to come last 2 rounds too. If you liked this one, after your game, you can come here and analyze the games with me. And yeah, best of the luck today for the Blitz.
Yeah.
And also 2 more rounds to go, right?
Yeah.
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 I think I'm looking at double black, but I kind of like that.
That's fine.
I prefer it. I think I'm worse with white.
Yes.
Because people learn more theory with black. Because,
Yeah.
you know, I think, you know, with black you have to make sure you're not worse in opening. With white, you know.
Yeah.
You know, I think that's a thing. So I had 2 whites or in a row, so I
I'm
think,
waiting for the 2 blacks now.
yeah.
Final words from you?
I feel bad for her, but
It is.
it happens.
Rubbing it
It
in.
happens to everyone.
Exactly. So we had in the studio Zain and Farisa siblings from UK. And guys, thanks so much for being so much fun and very nice chess experts as well. Thank you guys for watching today. We are inviting you to come back tomorrow at 4:30 because you don't want to miss last 2 rounds. And soon we're gonna know who is the winner of Sunway Sitges Chess Festival Edition 11. Bye bye right now, and see you tomorrow.